All right. So, last we left off, we were in the city of Altessi. Y'all have been tasked by the Order to locate a shopkeeper by the name of Caro. You've just gotten to the city. You're at the inn. Take it away. It's dawn, by the way.
Do the events and stuff that we role played out after last time we played stay
Yes, they will
true?
factor in.
Okay.
So then everybody knows what your items do.
Yeah. And Thorin comes walking back into the bar from the outside.
Tarek is sitting at the bar, still drinking.
Well, I mean, a couple days have passed since you got there, and it's literally dawn.
My character is a hick, Tyler.
No, I had Thorin leave the inn the day after they got there.
Yeah,
purpose.
Tarek's drinking at dawn because he's a hick. And he's given up on getting Lorelai her puppy. Because there's no way I can make an extra 600 gold in a week.
But let's see.
Junker has just taken over one of the smaller tables with a bunch of coffee mugs and just a small amalgamation of things with Picker there, and he's just currently tightening some screws on Picker.
Or was reading.
Okay. Is Feely doing anything in particular?
Feely's sitting off in a corner reading.
Gotcha. Well, as I said, you have been given a task to track down this shopkeeper, and yes, the events of the roleplay will factor in just for sake of brevity. Oh,
I just blipped.
you did.
Blipper blip.
As he enters, he's going to lay a couple of hides at the table for near Junker. Small and one deer.
He opens his jacket and starts, now that everybody's here, just starts putting things back away in that very cartoon way of just it goes in and there's no bulking.
So
what's the plan?
Well, we were tasked to find Caro. I found his shop. It's not too far from here, honestly. And although when I went and visited, it wasn't as far as I know, it wasn't I didn't meet with him. It was one of his attendants said he was busy at the moment. But that was the other day, so
Hey, but busy at the moment can also mean like not here.
True.
Doesn't necessarily have to mean busy in the back.
No, I know. I was informed he wasn't there at the shop, so I figured we would try again later, or I asked the attendant to send word if anything came across, or if he got the word to Caro that we were looking to speak with him.
I should probably try one more time. He might have gotten the message and been suspicious.
Was about to say that some people are a bit, especially nowadays, are a bit more wary about people coming around looking for them.
You've got a point.
I mean, public knowledge that certain officials in certain cities have been attacked, and that's going to wear on just about anybody who fancies themselves to be important.
Well, if you've all got everything you need, we can head out. I'll
I
show
mean,
you.
yes, but never at the same time, so I'm good to go.
Let's go then.
Billy, Tarek, you guys ready?
Sure, let's go.
Pours a little thing in each of the mugs and then downs each one of them.
Derek downs his entire pint that he had sitting in front of him. Yeah, I had nothing better to do.
Down. He's back.
Sorry, didn't mean to press that button. The mute.
Okay.
So we're all decided.
Yep. Thorin will lead the group to Caro's shop.
Okay.
Tyler, you have a DM.
But uh. All right. So as you get to this shop, the first thing you notice about it is it's actually quite large. But for the size of it, it's not as opulent as you were thinking, as one might guess a magic shop would be. It's actually, excuse me, kind of plain on the outside, with the marquee just reading Caro's Magical Goods in large font, and kind of like a calligraphy kind of style. You can tell that the shop has just opened for the day, uh, as there's practically no one inside. But looking through the windows, you can see all sorts of stabs and weapons and goods and plants and things. And when you open the door and head inside, first thing you're greeted by is the smell of fresh ground coffee that just permeates the air.
Well, someone's got good tastes.
Smell ever.
I should have brought mayo with me. It would have been way better with that in it.
You guys walk in a little further, and you hear from the back, "One moment, I'll be right out."
I'm gonna browse the edges of the shop while waiting.
Okay.
Thorin's gonna slip his arms in or his hands into his coat pocket and just stand there and by the front desk and wait.
As you all wait, about 2-3 minutes passes, and out from the back comes a 6'6", kind of shortish, brown hair, olive skinned elf wearing what looks to be very magnificent robes, but plain at the same time. Nothing too gaudy, just nice and tasteful. He walks out and he looks and he says, "Ah, morning to you all. What may I do for you?"
We're looking for the proprietor of this shop.
I should note, Thorin, it
Mhm.
is not the same attendant you spoke to originally.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. They look completely different. Anyways, he looks at you and he goes, "Ah, well, then you found him. My name is Caro Everest. How may I be of service?"
Well, Carol, pleasure to meet you. I am Thorin Longfang, and these are my companions.
He just slightly nods to each of you in turn.
We were sent here to offer you aid uh, by
You,
the
you, you see his eyebrow peaks a little bit. He goes, "Aid? Whatever for?"
Well, that's what we would like to know. We were sent by a very mysterious order that you seem to be an ally of.
Sorla. Seravine's gonna step forward with her robes and kind of point. Order of Pathos.
The moment those words leave your mouth, you see Caro immediately step to the door, flip the sign to closed, and lock it.
And now it's a party.
Question. I have a question. Are we locked in here with you, or are you locked in here with us now?
Caro just turns around and you see him draw a few sigils in the air, and you can immediately feel the magic just saturate the environment.
Do
And
I recognize these sigils?
yes, you can tell that it is a simple warding spell that basically soundproofs and prevents scrying of the area. Caro turns and looks at Saravine and he goes, "Well, a high cleric in my shop.
Is her head.
Please."
Seravine, pleasure to meet you.
Lady Saravine, it is an honor. He then just looks at you and says, "Apologies if I startled you, but it's best in my line of work to prevent prying eyes and ears when conversations of this nature are had. If you would all please follow me." And he leads you through the door into the back area, and you can see it's a rather nicely set up looking like break room. Uh, it's got, bowls of fruit, things like that. And then he looks and he says, "Coffee, anyone?"
Please.
He pours you some glasses. "Give me a sec here. Gotta grab charger." There we go.
I could use a sixth cup this morning.
Very well. "Please," he gestures to the table, "have a seat." Now, I'm not sure why you were sent, as I'm not necessarily in any trouble that would require aid. Just simply a matter of something having been stolen from a courier.
Owen, something important.
It could be if one knew how to use said item.
It was mentioned that you had an item taken from you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Say it again, please.
So, remembering correctly from the last talk we had over, which was a couple weeks ago, do believe there was mention of the item being missing.
Ah, I see. Well, I would go after it myself, but unfortunately, I have to run the shop. And it has been so long since I've gone on an adventure myself.
What does this item look like that was taken from your courier?
Simple staff.
Whereabouts was your courier at when it was taken from him?
He was on the road to Alinar.
Oh, that's a terrible road to be on.
And about how long ago did you lose contact?
Well, that's the thing. I didn't lose contact with the courier so much as the courier was returned to me in a box.
Oh,
Well then, do you have this box?
And is there still a dead body inside of it?
Sadly, no. I did what I believed would be the most respectful for the man and turned him over to his family, who has probably had him buried by now.
guys, I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay.
All right. That doesn't necessarily complicate things, it just doesn't make it any easier. But in my line of work, that's no big deal.
Did you perhaps have a way of keeping an eye on the object that wasn't a pair of living eyes? Your magic proprietor could be a thing.
It had a simple locating spell on it. However, I didn't believe it was necessary for me to use a higher tiered spell. So it would have been quite easy to remove, which is what I believe happened, as I have tried to trace it myself already.
That's fair.
Since the box isn't around any longer, was there any markings on it that you recall?
No, none, unfortunately. It was a plain wooden box.
And there was no note or anything returned with the remains of your courier? Nobody gloating or warning?
No, there was not. I just assume it was a simple burglary.
Most simple burglaries don't return the courier in a box.
Well, it wasn't them who returned it to me. It was a passing patrol of guards who found the body
You
and
know,
identified him.
well, there you go. Do you know where where along the road they found him?
About a day's ride outside the city.
Looks
Outside
over
which
to-
city?
No.
Outside Altessi.
Ah, okay.
Looks over to the group. If we can get out that way, might be a chance I can track something. If it still
Philly kinda
remains.
looks at Caro. What are we getting out of this for helping you?
That's not something I had actually considered. I had assumed since the order had sent you, they had already given you compensation.
They asked
Above
only
the
that we.
above the table. They didn't give us any compensation for coming to see Caro. They just told us to come, correct?
No, that's what your magic items you were given was.
That was part of the payment up front.
Yeah.
And then they said that there would be some. If I'm not mistaken, there was some gold that we would get at the afterward.
Yes.
But the magic items were the main payment up front.
Oh, I got you.
But you are the ever persuasive bard, so I mean, do with that what you will.
Greedy
He
fuck.
does kinda look. He does kind of look. Look at Caro. Well, that was before we found all the information that we're looking for. Obviously, this is something that we're more than likely going to be putting our lives at risk to search down whoever it was that killed your courier and took your staff. And judging by your reputation, if somebody's stealing from you, the staff is obviously pretty valuable.
Caro kind of chuckles. As I said, it is, if known how to be used correctly.
Well, given what we've seen in the area, I'm hoping it doesn't get into hands that know how to use it.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
sure I'm sure somebody who runs a shop as extravagant as yours could sweeten the deal for us a little bit, considering the threats that we will more than likely be facing.
He thinks for a moment. Pose. Tell you what. Have a look around. Anything on the first floor is yours to pick from.
You got
Will
any
that
great
satisfy
axes?
you?
I think so.
Serving just bows her head.
Perhaps we could arrange a stipulation that may sweeten the rewards even further, if you might be interested.
And what do you have in mind?
What if we bring the thief back to you alive?
You can see the gears turning in his head as he's thinking of this. And you just kind of hear a mumble. Yes, that would be nice. I don't want to end up like my father. Every little slight. Let me ask you this. Should you accomplish that feat, what is it you would like in return?
Are you talking me as an individual or us as a group?
Both.
He kind of looks to everybody. Perhaps we could leave it as a favor to be used in the future.
He just kind of drinks his coffee, and chuckles, and he says, as a merchant, dealing in favors is usually best practice. What with money and all. Very well. I can
Thorin looks
accept
at
those terms.
Thorin looks over at Junker. You look like you got something on your mind.
Well, I do. There's a thing that I've thought of since getting this.
And
There's a plan that I had seen once upon a time, and I never really took much interest in it until recently. Um, it was a simple thing, and I would love to remember how to make it. There, it's just a bottle that has a little portal at the bottom that brings air into the bottle. You're uh, you're a merchant. You have plenty of magic items. I see. They were called a bottle of air. Did very little more than give you enough air to continue to breathe in a space.
Caro
And
just kind of
if they stay
chuckles.
uncorked, they fill a space. Haven't seen them in since I was wee.
You
And
see him reach into his robe, and he pulls out a bottle, and he goes, "You mean one of these?"
I think that is exactly what I'm talking about. I think if and we do this the correct way, that and my coat could do just the job of bringing him back alive for you.
Caro just kind of looks at it and sets it on the table in front of you and says, "By all means."
Simple little things can do the world's work, now can't they?
Ah, that they can.
Just have to have a clever mind. I thank you. It'll go in handy, and I'll return it in one piece unless we need to barter it afterward. Aye?
Fair enough.
Takes the bottle, he uncorks it and puts it in his coat.
Caro,
I believe terms have been reached.
seems they have. I have a question for you.
Okay.
How many days ago was the courier returned to you?
I recall correctly, 6.
Given the day's ride that it probably would have taken the guard to get here, 7 or 8, maybe 9 days that he probably was dead. Depending on how long it took them to find him. Might be a stretch that tracks remain, but there's always the option. And I could probably pick up a scent if nothing too crazy has happened.
Different question. That stuff, is it perhaps strong enough and dense enough in magic that it would leave a trail of
Most
residue?
assuredly.
Oh, between you and I, I think we got this.
Good.
Okay.
Then,
He lets
consider.
his magic eyes flare. I think we got this.
All right.
Athos will guide us.
You say so, little sister.
Hmm? What was
All
that?
right.
I said, if you say so, little sister.
No.
Oh, believe me, he most assuredly will. Even if it's not quite understood in what way at the beginning.
Thorin kind of chuckles, takes his thumb and holds out his medallion, and then just kind of lets it fall back.
Wait, why does yours look like a wolf?
Did you not notice the medallions are personalized to each person?
No, I thought they were all rabbits.
Listen here,
Slow.
you're the only one that multiplies like that.
What was the term we used? Bunbarian?
Yeah.
Hey
The
now,
Barbarian.
you keep that goddamn word to yourself.
Bunbarian.
It can be Bunbarian all you want, but don't you say that word in my presence, damn it, that's rude as fuck.
Hey, Philly.
That's their word.
Philly immediately says Bunbarian.
Hey, Philly.
Yeah, you don't even know too.
Philly, you want to taste my great axe? Keep it up.
Hey, Philly, I'm pretty sure I got some homework for you. You mind making a song?
No, abso-fucking-lutely not. I will play bird pipes all night tonight if anyone even tries.
Bunbarian. Bunbarian.
He pulls out a set of bird pipes and just starts playing erratically. No, no, no!
Oh god.
If it is set to the tune of Dave the Barbarian, yes.
Yes. That is perfect. Thank you, Jeb.
You are very welcome.
All right, guys. We seem to have our next task in front of us.
See you right. Why don't we get a little bit frisky and get moving?
We don't mind if
like
we can
to.
find an armor shop or something. I'm looking for another great axe. I think one of these is about to go down somebody's throat.
Who's getting frisky?
Well, me, obviously, but that's beside the point.
I'd like to get moving before we lose any more tracks.
So,
Hey,
as you guys get up, he leads you back out the front, unlocks the door, flips the sign back to open, and you can just feel the magic in the air just kind of fade away. As he looks at you and he says, I wish you luck.
I'd say
As
be
you're-
back in a flash, but I don't like to bet against myself.
And as you all walk out the door, right before Philly crosses the threshold, Caro just kind of pipes up and he goes, oh, and word of caution. You might want to be careful with that book you're carrying. And then he just walks away.
He looks at Caro before he walks away and says, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You guys are now standing outside the shop. What are you doing?
Let's hit the stables, grab our horses, and the cart.
Man, did no one hear me? I said I was trying to get a great axe before we left.
This is
Dum
the
dum dum.
is one of the smithies between here and the stables. Maybe we can make a short stop for our friend.
I mean, if I remember right, Amon's shop was literally just down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But that's on Jeb, so.
Wait, what?
I'm sure we can
Amon's
find
shop.
our way.
What's on me?
Didn't we say that Amon's shop was literally like right down the road from Caro's?
Eamon's shop? Yeah.
Yeah, Amon. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just up the main street from Caro's, about 2 or 3 blocks.
So yes, it would definitely be between there and the stables.
Well, there you go. We
No,
can.
no. Eamon's is near the castle keep
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
because he has the training grounds.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, we'll make a
Sure,
stop
we
by
can
there then.
make a stop and then head out.
Okay. You're going to Amon's shop, I guess. You get there, and he's your NPC, Brent. So you're the one who role plays him.
Fun. Okay, so you walk into the courtyard outside of Eamon's shop, and you see 5 large uh, 5 large forges in a semicircle on the opposite side of the courtyard from the storefront. Outside, one manning each forge appears to be a student, an apprentice, and standing about in the middle of all of the forges, you see a dwarf. Give me just 1 sec here, because I was not prepared to do this, Tyler.
I
I
don't think
wasn't
he was
prepared for
either.
you guys to go there either. So
This is on Cody. You can get mad at Tyler.
yeah, get mad at the barbarian. It's his fault.
Yep.
Okay, so you see a dwarf who is bald. He's got a very thick gray beard. He's got very tan skin and thick muscular arms from all the years of working the forge that he has done. And you see him shouting orders and sometimes insults at the apprentices that are operating the forges.
You're the one that's wanted to come here and look at some axes, so go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get myself a new great axe. Just anything it'll do. He's gonna walk up to the big muscular one that clearly is the master. Yeah, is this your forge here, sir?
He looks at what's your character's name? I
Tarek.
you know. He looks at
Tarek.
He looks at the barbarian
Of course.
and looks him up and down. And I, and you are.
The name's Tarek. I'm just trying to buy myself a great axe from your fine establishment here.
Go to the shop. I'm busy. And then you see he returns to yelling at one of the apprentices who left the rod of metal that he had been heating inside the forge too long, and he scorched the end off.
Listen, fellow.
I think I get to like him. Very straightforward. As he starts walking towards the shop front.
You enter into the shop front and you see 3 attendants helping a few different customers with a fourth attendant at the counters, almost as a cashier for checkouts.
He's gonna glance around the shop, see if he can see where the great axes are.
You see a rack that has several different great axes on it on one of the walls opposite you.
He walks up to the rack and starts examining the axes, seeing if any of them are different than the others.
So you find several regular great axes, but you do find a few other great axes that are different than your standard. You find a great axe that has what appears to be a giant skull at the base between the two blades on either side. You find great axes that appear to be reinforced to provide additional damage to them. And you find a great axe that is made from a dark black metal that has almost an iridescent glow of red to it.
Man, that golem looks nice, but I bet you I can't afford it. He looks over to see if the attendant is anywhere near looking at him.
One of the attendants just finished up with a customer.
Tarek waves them over.
The young girl walks over. How may I assist you, sir?
Oh, I'm just trying to see the prices on these great axes here. That one that glows kind of caught my eye, but I don't really know how much that would cost.
Oh, that one. Well, that one is a wonderful item. It is a Hellfire great axe.
How much would that cost?
It is 2,000 gold.
That's about what I expected. What about one of these reinforced ones here?
The simplest one is 1,250 gold.
How much for just a normal great axe, then?
Your standard mundane great axe is 30 gold.
30 gold. That's a hell of a price cap. I guess I'm just going to get the normal mundane one, because I don't have enough for any of that.
Okay. She takes it off the rack, hands it to you. You can check out at the counter, please. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
No, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, she bows to you and goes off to assist another customer.
He walks up to the counter and lays the great axe on the counter.
Okay, the cashier says 30 gold, please.
He hands her 30 gold.
She takes the gold, tucks it away underneath the counter, gives you a slight bow. Enjoy your great axe.
Oh, I'm sure I will. Thank you very much. And he puts it on his back and walks back to the group.
Did you find what you need, Bunbarian? Says Philly.
Yeah, I found another great axe to shove up your ass if you keep calling me that.
And we should be on our way.
After you, Bun Bun.
Abso-fucking-lutely not. All right, above the table, I'm putting men to bed now. So
Okay. So we will
Head to the stables.
All right, let's go to the stables.
You're walking through the city. Boom, you're at the stables. All right, so you get to the stables. Collect your horses and cart.
Take from my bag of sugar cubes and dole some out for them.
Well, actually, you wouldn't have horses and a cart. You guys got teleported here.
Yep.
I just thought of that.
I just remembered that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just remembered that too.
well, you
So
can
rather,
rent
we're
some
going to
horses.
Thorin will approach the stable master.
Okay. Yeah. What can I do for you?
Morning. I'm looking to see how much it would cost to rent some horses.
How long are you gonna have them?
Our destination's a ride out. I'd probably say about a week. Probably sooner than that, but a week would be safe.
All right. How many you need?
Looks
5.
back at the others.
5.
5 of them.
All
Plus a
right.
cart.
Two in a small wagon. Can you do that?
I mean, I suppose I could. Probably be cheaper for you too.
Do that.
So 2 in a cart for a week.
And a war horse for myself if you've got it.
A war horse is gonna cost you.
How much?
For the war horse, it's gonna be about 300 gold for the rental. If you're just outright buying it, probably around, I want to say 8 plus the 2 in the cart for the week, be another 150.
Philly walks up, and you see a smooth smile stretch across his face. Master of the stables. The business that we are on happens to be for Master Caro. And if you haven't heard of the tragedy of the death of the courier on the road from Altessi to Alinar, that is what we're investigating. We are attempting to find the killer of this courier so that we can bring him to justice for the family that have now had to bury their son and brother and possibly a father too. Is there any way you could sweeten this for us to assist in this family's time of need?
Got a different point to add to it. There, as he just said, there's been an attack on couriers, and well, couriers pass through your stable all the time, eh? Would you be looking to maybe shore up your defenses? I've got an extra crossbow if you'd like to maybe trade a bit, lighten the load.
Both of you roll me perception. Or not perception, persuasion, sorry.
Can I just
Persuasion?
give him? Can I
Yeah.
just give him advantage?
Sure.
Okay. That is a 28.
Bards, man.
Yeah.
Expertise plus a charisma skill? Yeah.
Yeah. He just kind of looks you up and down, and then just shrugs his shoulders. He's like, "Eh, whatever. Throw in the crossbow. I'll knock 100, or I'll knock 200 gold off the total price. I'm 2 days out from retirement, man. I don't care."
As soon as that. Did we just interact with Danny Glover?
Yes, you did.
I'm gonna
Whoa.
hand him the light crossbow that I get, that I have, and just like, here you go.
He takes it, walks into the stables. He's like, "I'll be right back." About 20-ish minutes later, he walks out guiding one war horse and the two smaller horses. He hands you the reins and says, 200 gold. There you go.
Now I'm going to pull out the sugar cubes and give one to each.
And
Like,
I'll pay him.
okay. He takes the money. He says, walk him around the other side of the building. You grab a cart, and there you go. And he turns around and just walks back inside.
He's just fucking done.
Yep. Like I said, he's 2 days out from retirement.
He's in fuck this shit mode.
Yep.
Lead them around to the other side so that we can hook up the cart to the smaller ones. And Thorn is going to adjust the saddle and some of his equipment to the saddlebags.
Okay. So now that I want to take a moment just to say, by the way, thinking about it, you literally interacted with Danny Glover. Yes. Looks just like him and everything, human, all that, old. And he's like, fuck this. So yeah. And I literally came up with that on the fly as soon as Jeb beat the persuasion score. So, all right. Get everything squared away.
Mount up.
Oh, I'm gonna be in the back. Is anybody else going to be in the back with me?
Join you.
Philly is going to be in the back
So I'm gonna.
because Philly likes it in the back.
Of course he does. So Philly, while we're
Bump,
riding,
bump.
I wanted to test a thing. It's gonna be a little weird. If you see the coat just fall, please reach into the coat and think about me.
Okay. Are you going to make the Bunbarian disappear next? You're gonna pull the Bunbarian out of your jacket.
I mean, if this works the way I think it's gonna work, this could be a huge advantage for us. So, like, this is literally as we're rolling out of town. Junker's going to pull himself into the coat, into the bag space.
Oh, lovely.
The coat's going to
Wh-
collapse. And he has
Which
an air bottle in there, so he's not going to suffocate.
Okay. Easy transport, I guess. Anyways, you got your driver of the cart. Da 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 da. As you're, strolling out the gates, it is now about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And as I said, it's about or as Caro said, it's about a day's journey outside of Altessi to where the body was found. As you're all going out the gate, you all see just a figure standing by the gate itself where a guard would normally stand. And he just watches as you leave and nods to you guys before he's gone and
Is
the
it,
guard is in his place.
before he leaves or before he disappears or whatever? Is it a guard?
No, it is not.
Insight check, please, to see what kind of being this is.
And I'd like
It is literally the hooded figure you are used to dealing with.
Okay.
Yeah, you recognize him. Should have said that, sorry. But yeah, you recognize it's the hooded figure. He just kind of locks eyes with your group and then nods, and then he's gone, and in his place is the guard that would normally be standing there.
That was a bit odd. But
This before or after Philly pulls me back out of my coat?
Assuming that
Before?
Philly actually did pull you out of the coat.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yes, Philly pulls him out of the coat. Can we put Bun Bun in next?
If he wants to go. I mean, everybody's, I've got room for everyone if they want to be, but, it's up to them.
Just
be
everybody
a good
travels
place
in
to
the
rest
coat.
when needed.
Just
I
everybody
have-
travels in the coat. Tormy's character gets ambushed by like 3 other people, and they're like, "Ha, easy kill," and he just like flaps his jacket, and then boom, everyone else is there.
Yeah.
It's like
Or
a
even
clown
worse,
coat instead of a
just like they're about to stab him, he just puts them all in his coat, and now they're fighting the rest of the party in his coat.
There you go.
like a clown coat instead of a clown car.
Yeah, pretty much.
You thought you were gonna fight me. Fuck you, you're fighting my friends.
my pocket friends that I just, God, you're basically,
I'm a Pokemon trainer.
yeah.
Yes.
Just let me. He gets them inside with dust. Told you I had friends.
Yeah.
I told you they weren't imaginary.
Seraphine, I choose you.
I became my own Pokemon.
I'm fairly certain that there are bunny Pokemon as well.
Yeah,
Which doesn't extend past 3rd edition, but
I've seen enough art. I've never played or gotten interested, but I've seen more than enough art flash through Facebook to know there are bunny Pokemon.
there are several bunny
I
Pokemon.
choose you.
Well, see, yeah, Score Bunny is one I was just using.
But yeah,
Moto!
I've gotten us far enough detracted from the plot. Let's go back.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well. All right. So, like I said, it's about 1 to 2 in the afternoon right now. You guys are on the road. Like I said, it takes you about a day.
Thorn's got his eyes peeled, his nose peeled for the.
But you get there, and the area is just a disaster. There are bloodstains on the ground. There's, it looks like this courier literally set up camp for the night. And everything's just trashed.
I'm gonna hop off the war horse and start looking for tracks, trying to catch a scent of the ones who did this. See what
Roll me investigation.
I will help him look for the tracks, but my sniffer's not so good. So
Mine neither.
smelly stuff is all you, buddy.
I'm gonna start looking for leftovers while he's looking for signs of what happened.
Okay, investigation is an 18. Do you want a perception for the scent?
Yes, please.
My investigation is a dirty 20.
And the perception on the scent is a 25.
Gotcha. You both easily pick up the tracks. And Fenris, you don't really get much of a scent outside of this man's blood that is dried and caked into the dirt.
So there's not a separate set of scents that are permeating the area?
Not really.
Okay.
Starting with one thing and then probably trickling into another. First thing, just checking the area for anything that was like they obviously trashed this place. Are there things left over?
You see the dude's pack has been overturned, and there's like some rope and not much else, just some dried rations.
Grab the rations, grab the rope, and then rubs at his eyes, pulls the accoutrement in front, and his eyes burn heavier. And I'm turning on detect magic to because I was told that there should be enough residue left over that perhaps a trail was left.
Uh,
The artifact that we're
as
tracking.
you activate detect magic, the area it's just blindingly bright. But you can see as your eyes adjust to the brightness, you can see this thick, dense, just cloud of magic starts heading towards Alinar. And you instantly know that whatever this item you're looking for is stupidly powerful.
Like the others just see like they've seen him do this trick before, and it's usually like he squints a little bit. This time he just kind of does a full reactive like "Don't fucking blind me, bro," and he just slowly pulls his arms apart and adjusts himself to it. And
You all right, Junker?
well, fuck, that's it's like a river.
You got it, right?
I can't miss it.
Which way does it head?
And he just kind like since there's the tiniest effervescent flow, he points towards the direction it's supposed to be going,
Alinar.
towards Eleanor, and goes, I I truly wish that I could show you this. It's both beautiful and terrifying.
Looking in the way that he's pointing, the tracks that we found, do they go in the same direction?
They do.
Good. Now we've got two ways of tracking them. If we lose one,
As
we've got
you
another.
guys are looking at these tracks, you see that they kind of just stop. But Junker, you can still see the magic flowing in that direction.
He's gonna crawl back up into the cart, kind of drunkenly, get to the front so that he's kind of leaning next to the driver's seat, and he's just going to go, "I'll point us. Don't think I can do much else in this state. Don't think
Oh.
I've seen this much in one place, all focused like this."
Not a good thing.
I'll follow you guys. Seems we lose the tracks. But at least, Junker, you have the trail.
Who was driving the cart?
Go now. I've been
I'm,
fucking around in the back.
I'm assuming it was probably the Bunbarian.
Yeah, I was just saying it was
Yeah,
Terry.
it was definitely the Bunbarian.
All right. You guys are following it.
Once again.
As you follow it, you get about another, I want to say, mile down the road when Junker, I need a Constitution check.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. You can feel it starting to affect you, just how dense this
Yeah.
magic is. But nothing bad happens just yet.
I
So you-
just had a wonderful thought.
Okay.
Because it's an ever-flowing stream, it shouldn't be small, or a small enough area should not be affected by, or affect the whole. I'm gonna use spells consumption and pull some of this off so that I don't get horribly drunk off of this and actually consume it. It gives me 10 hit points, that's all.
Fair enough. All right.
What, because of the way it's worded, what level of spell would you count this as?
I can't really tell you because if I do, it kind of gives things away a little bit.
Fair. I am not going to deal with the temp hit points. You just have a number off on the side for me if we get into a fight.
Gotcha. Anyways, as you keep going, Saravine,
Yes.
roll me a history check.
Okay, hold on.
And do it at
Schemes.
advantage.
Schemes. Um. God for advantage. 22.
Okay. You've been around this energy long enough that you can feel it. Not to the extreme degree that, Junker is feeling it, but you can still feel it there. Actually, all of you can. Saravine.
I was gonna say I'm proficient in Arcana, so I was gonna see if I saw anything.
Well, do you have detect magic?
No.
Okay, then you're not actually seeing anything, but yeah, all of you can feel it. It's just that palpable and potent. But Saravine, You know this feeling. You've been around it before. But you can't quite place where.
All right, so she is kind of gonna stand at attention, make her way to the front of the cart, and just kind of close her eyes and try to sense out the magic, trying to figure out what it is. And you can tell she's focused.
As you're focusing, roll me Arcana.
23.
Like a rock, it hits you. Oh, shit.
And you take this much damage.
What
No,
shit a rock
um,
at me?
like a rock, it hits you. You know exactly what this is. This is the energy you felt anytime Pathos has talked to you.
She's gonna kind of brow furrowed, eyes open. What? How?
And here's where we're going to take a bit of a time skip. You guys are now approaching the Alinar city gate. Tormy, give me 2 more constitution checks, please.
Does this count as a against magic?
Yes.
Okay. Checking for the fact that I have advantage on that. One of them is a nat 20,
Okay.
and the other is a dirty 20.
Okay. You're good.
Looking a bit pale, but good.
Yeah. All right. So, as you're approaching the Alinar city gates, what are you all doing?
Trying not to throw up.
Fair.
Still focused on the energy, trying to figure out how.
Still focused on, hunting down the tracks that we found.
Well, remember they mysteriously vanished.
Right.
So
Oh.
you've just been keeping an eye out to see if they reappear?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. It was just for my own clarification.
Same, and Thorn's been also keeping an eye on their surroundings.
Been a pretty quiet trip. You've passed a couple patrols, but other than that, nothing really major. With that being said, you arrive in Alinar. And Tormy,
Mm-hmm.
the river that you have seen, the river of magic you've been seeing this entire time,
Mm-hmm.
just kind of stops.
Stepping through the end of a curtain.
Yep, pretty much. And the only thing that can come to your mind as to why that happened, someone figured out that it was leaving a trail. And they know of some way to block its presence.
I mean, this makes sense, and son of a bitch.
What?
They put it in a bag of holding. only thing that I like, the easiest thing that comes to mind, making sure that you can't leave a trail of magic behind is putting it in a place where it can't bleed through to your plane. Simplest answer is a bag of holding. Because if they put it into a bubble of non-magic, that's a whole other kettle of explosive fish. Like there's 6 things that could. Words are failing me. I, I need a drink.
What could they possibly have taken
Say,
that wields the
Philly,
power of pathos?
Philly casts minor illusion so that a mug of ale is appears floating in front of Junker.
He goes to grab it. I know his hand goes right through, but
Yeah, it does.
Now that's just mean.
oh, you son of a bitch! You're going in the coat next.
Did
Oh,
nobody catch what Dutchy said?
No,
No.
what did you say?
I did. Junker didn't.
No.
What did Dutchy say?
I said, what in the world did they have that would wield the power of pathos?
Well, that explains why Karo said if they knew how to use it, it'd be extremely powerful.
Maybe it's something that can
Terrifying.
kill a god.
Junker pulls out a water skin, pops the top off of a thing of one of his little vials, dumps it in. Basically, prestidigitation. He's drinking whiskey that's actually water.
Hey, I need some of that.
Let me catch back up, and then I do it for you.
All right, so you guys are now just outside the gates of Alinar. The 2 guards are kind of just looking at you because they see Junker just kind of like. "Rrrr."
He finishes with water skin. Okay, so give me something with water. I'll do it for you too. Oh, we've got fans. Hey Philly, do you wanna give him autographs or something?
Sure. Philly walks up and spreads his hands. Ah, some admirers. Have you come to listen to a wonderful tune from the great Philly as he pulls out his DOS lute and strums a few notes?
As soon as you start doing that, the guards just kind of roll their eyes and
Mm.
just go back to standing at attention as they realize, oh, it's just a bard and his friends.
Tarek just kind of says,
Yep.
I think she knows somebody in here. Pointing at Moto. Or Inari.
She's
I don't
lurking.
think Moto's actually playing. I think she's just listening in.
I think she's just lurking.
Well, yes, but she would still be with us.
Technically. Anyways, you guys, go into the city, and Tormy, is your detect magic still on?
Yep.
As soon as you walk through, it kind of lights back up, but not to that intensity. And you can see a small little trickle of energy.
Am I feeling the same type of energy?
Yep.
Maybe it's not an extra dimensional space. Maybe it's just a lockbox of some sort that. And he's muttering, but he's kind of just shuffling and following the trickle.
You guys following him?
Yeah.
Seravine's definitely, she's got a furrowed brow, mixture of like worry and confusion.
And
Or-
while he's muttering and doing all of this, he kind of just takes the water skin from Tarek, puts a couple of some of that dust in, stirs it around, and hands it back off as like that's just a normal thing for him.
Woo!
Okay.
Thor is sticking close to Junker.
Billy is sticking close to this Saravine.
Tarek sticking
Alright.
close to Lori.
Eventually, you are led to what looks to be an abandoned warehouse.
Thorin,
Yeah.
is your nose picking anything up?
Is my nose picking anything up, DM?
You can smell
Well, yes, he can smell. That's what
The-
a nose is for.
I knew you were gonna make that stupid comment.
Death and decay.
you can smell that same scent of blood. Not as strong, mind you, but it's there.
His eyes change a little bit. Get a little more feral. Same scent from the site of the attack. We're on the right trail, I'd say.
I think we are.
Well,
Let me know when we're all thinking about going into phase 2. Cause I need to prep 2 minutes.
well, take you 2 minutes because I'm gonna open the door with my mage hand.
Okay. He pulls out the pipe and starts loading just small bags, small thin bags of rocks.
Okay. So you're opening the door with Mage Hand?
Yep. Philly casts mage hand, directs it to open the door.
Tarek is pulling out his great axes.
All right. The moment your Mage Hand comes in contact with this door, it vanishes.
What the hell?
Is it a single door or is it a double door?
It is a set of wrought iron double doors.
Okay, I cast mage hand again and try it on the other door.
Same thing.
Is
The
there a
moment
window?
it comes in contact, the Mage Hand ends.
Is there a window?
No, there are several windows.
Not on the door itself, but like off to the side.
Yeah, the whole building is like think a high rise, but with brick and windows about every 5 feet wrapping the building.
Okay.
Do we just need me to kick the door open?
No, we don't want to do that just yet. I'm going to try it one more time, cast Mage Hand, and try and open one of the windows.
It looks like it's going to work, but as soon as the window opens just an inch, Mage Hand ends.
Congratulations, you've opened the window 1 inch. Can we go back to my plan now?
Oh, this place is gonna kill me.
Junker, do you still have your detect magic going?
Oh yeah.
What do you see? Because I don't want to cast my own detect magic to. Well,
As he's looking at the building itself, literally the trail he was following stops the moment it starts to go underneath the door, and the whole building
Is
looks
it
like
dead zone?
just a black void. Yep, complete dead zone.
I guess I could have cast detect magic as a ritual, but I
Don't worry
digress.
about it. If we
I
have to
like that
split
shot
up, that's
too.
if we have to split up, that's a great idea. When we're just one big blob, let me do it. It's pretty much free. But that place is a dead zone of magic, and that will kill me.
Well, I guess you
Not
need to
right
stay out
away,
here then.
but
The stupid one said, just stay outside.
I'm magic.
What? Okay, what is Junker?
He's a fucking hairpiece.
he's a weaveborn.
He's a live hair.
Okay, I guess I didn't realize this.
That's fair. He looks pretty much human, but he is just as a weaveborn, he's more magic than he is mortal. That's why he has certain abilities that are more like, oh, he can do this before it's available. Yeah.
Comes with some pretty strong backlashes, though.
A lot of backlashes that I built into that. Like, oh, physical damage I'm vulnerable to. Dead zones of magic are deadly.
Well, do we really know that it is a dead zone, or is it just
Uh,
magic cannot be traced beyond the edge of this building, like it's warded?
Well, why don't I kick down the door and we can find out with one of your spells and not risk his life?
I'm gonna stand off to the side while if
Yeah,
you're gonna kick in the door.
We can just risk the Bunbarian's life. I mean, Philly steps off to the side and he does. Hold on, I gotta turn my camera on for this. He does one of those after you moments or movements.
Thorn
Tarek
reaches down.
kicks the door open.
So Tarek's gonna kick in the door.
Yep.
Strength check.
Nat 1
I have.
breaks his leg.
And now we know where he got his rabbit foot.
That would be a 23.
Strength check.
Yes, I have a +4 on my strength, and I rolled a 19.
All right.
My character's strength based again. It's very easy.
You kick the door,
And break your leg.
and it opens just a little bit.
Congratulations, you open the door just a little bit.
Well, that's farther than you did, asshole. Let's see you do that with your fancy ass mage hand.
But as soon as the door breaks contact with the other door, Tormy, you can see that the inside of this building is also a dead zone.
Yeah, no, I'm not stepping foot in there. My thought process was right. That no magic in there. I will wither to a fucking husk, and I'll be of no use to any of you.
How far open is the door?
About 4 or 5 inches.
It's more than an
Okay.
inch, fuckhead.
Philly walks behind Tarek since he was just kicking the door, and Philly pushes him through the doors.
As he's going through the door, I'm going to activate magic awareness. Because fuck that nonsense.
Okay. You pushing him through the door does move it just enough to where people can easily slip through. But no, you're not,
What?
because I assume magic awareness is a spell.
No, it's an action.
Okay, but casting a spell is still an action. Like, is the thing itself a spell?
I don't have a spell tab, Tyler.
That was my question.
That was my answer. No, it's not a spell.
So, what does magic awareness do?
As an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of concentrated magic till the end of your next turn.
Okay, you're aware of nothing.
Good. That's fun. I can do it twice.
Who's going in next?
Different thought. I want to check the outside of the building to see if there are any markings on the area to if it's a dead zone, there's got to be something that's causing it to be a dead zone.
You know, good idea. You take one side, I take the other.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Okay. As soon as you both actually look at the walls and the doors, you can see each brick has a sigil written on it. And you can just tell that it's every brick on the building.
What is the sigil?
Anti-magic.
Now here's another question.
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
The symbol
not
looks
as much
like
as him,
this.
but
This is what the symbol looks like.
Yep, the symbol is just a big old middle finger to you.
I say,
Wait.
I'm fucked. Not as much as Junker, but
What's up, Dutchie?
Does anyone have mending?
Aye.
Try it on the building. See if it'll restore the bricks to the original state pre-marking.
I've heard of worse ideas.
Wouldn't the anti-magic just cancel that out?
And
Probably, but it won't cost much other than, you know, possibly a little bit of my lifeblood if it backlashes, but willing to try. And he takes out a bunch of, or he takes out a jar of clay and a small wire brush and tries casting mending on one of the bricks.
It doesn't work.
Yep.
And I need a constitution check.
That is
guidance.
That is a 21.
Okay.
But he's also going to, like, as soon as he finishes, he's going to pull away like his hands were almost going into an oven. Yeah, no. And
I've
puts
got
his
a
stuff away.
I've got a thought.
All right. So
Junker.
real quick. For me.
Yep.
Take 1 point of exhaustion.
Gotcha.
oh man,
Yeah, his DC was a 28.
Jesus.
All right. Go ahead, Thorin.
Another thought. Junker, can you tell if these sigils are a series of a circuit?
Because they're blocking everything off, I can't actually. It's comparable to trying to tell how many stones are in a river when it's all mud.
Fair enough.
all right. I'm gonna cast Primal Savagery. and my claws are gonna extend.
Okay.
And I'm going to approach the building, and I'm just going to claw down a few of the bricks, breaking the sigils as I'm clawing down the bricks. So I'll break up a couple of them.
Okay. As you do that, the moment your hand comes in contact with the building, it doesn't really do any damage, but it is enough. There is enough of a connection there to hurt because of casting the primal savagery. But you destroy some of the bricks. And as soon as you do that, the building in your eyes, Tormy, starts to become a little bit brighter. As if you can kind of tell that the thought that pops into your head is that the markings are also on the inside of the building as well.
They probably have it on all different sides of the bricks to make it so that it's multi-dimensional space of this. So anybody have ranged options? Now's the time. I'm gonna get a little bit sloppy. Looks at Tarek. You don't really have too much to worry about. Go to town and just start slashing shit on the outside. Point to the others. If you've got ranged magic or ranged attacks or aren't affected as badly by magic as, say, me, I'd say fucking go at it. And he's going to pull up the pipe. As a bonus action, he's going to stick his finger in one of the bags and cast Magic Stone on the 3 stones inside. And then as an action, he is going to cast Catapult and unleash fucking havoc. I know I'm doing this at disadvantage because of exhaustion. But I'm hoping that I can still hit the broadside of a barn. That is a 14 to hit the building.
For me,
Yep.
you don't get disadvantage on attacks with exhaustion until 3rd level of exhaustion.
Fair enough. I was thinking of it being a skill check for some reason. In that case, it is a 21 to hit the broadside of a building.
Yeah, you hit it. Roll damage.
Well, here's the stupid part. 3, 5, 12, 16, and that is 3d8. That is That is 41 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Just kind of spread shot.
Yeah. As you see your shot hit this building, you notice that each place the 3 stones hit, 1 brick just disintegrates.
This is what I was holding on to as a special surprise for whatever really tries to fuck with us. But This is pretty much all I got to deal with that. Everybody, go at it. This is the end of our trail. And, well,
Very well.
facing fact, we've already made a bunch of noise.
Thorin takes the hat off, sets it on, walks over to the cart, takes the hat off. Well, first off, did we bring the cart and stuff with us, or did we drop it off?
Sounds like we dropped it off because we were walking.
Okay. Just trying to clarify some things. So he'll take
That's fair.
the hat off, and then the coat. Walk over to Junker. Do you mind putting these in your coat? And he'll slip
Toss 'em
them in. Then he reaches down and to his hips, pulls out his two swords, and now that he's not wearing the long sleeves on his coat, or not wearing his coat, so the long sleeves don't cover his arms, there is two chains wrapped around each of his wrists, or each of his forearms. And as he pulls the blades out, the chains connect to the bottom of his swords. Well, if we're doing this, we might as well go all out. You said it's a dead zone for magic.
Aye.
It's a good thing curses are in a totally different entity.
It's a different category. Aye.
He looks around for a moment. Where are they in Alinar?
You're actually not too far from the city gates, but you are in what you call the industrial district.
West gate, south gate, east gate. We do have a
West.
map of Alinar.
We do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. Thank you, Jeb.
It just
Where-
wasn't posted in the maps. Okay. Be right back.
Gotcha. Actually, everybody, let's take a quick 5, because, yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Alrighty, and we are back.
Okay. So, Fenris, what are you, planning to unleash upon the, building that will kill Torby?
So we're inside the industrial district, so to speak.
Yep, on the west gate.
And
west side, I should say.
what time of day did we come into Alinar?
Early evening.
Okay, so it's getting, to that point.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where there's pretty much nobody around. But if y'all make too much noise, the guards are going to come running.
I mean, a cannon just went off. How much worse can it get?
Fair.
So, not seeing anybody in the current vicinity, other than his companions, and giving Junker his coat and his hat, he drops the blades that are attached to the chain and kind of lets them drag behind him as he walks 15 feet to the building. And as he's walking, he grows, and the fur spreads, and he is just going to start slashing the hell out of the side of this building.
Okay, Kratos.
How ironic is it that it is the moment that we're fighting a building that I start wanting to see all of these characters animated as video game characters?
Right.
Right. Oh.
Alright, so you're slashing it. Every time your blades connect with the building. Excuse me. Every time your blades connect with the side of this building. Tormy, you're still using Detect Magic, correct?
Yeah, since it's kind of at will, I'm going to keep using it until I might as well keep it up when we're actually actively working with it, so.
Okay. As
Unless
the blades make contact with the side of the building, you can see
clearly now.
magically that the
The
yeah, you can
rain
see
is
more clearly.
gone.
You can see more clearly as the building starts to brighten up. Eventually, one of the blades makes contact with the door. And the moment it does that, the inside of the building starts to shine a little bit. And Saravine, you can feel that magic again. It's not the strongest, but it's there.
Okay.
How we looking, Junker?
It's getting better. That door hit did a lot better than the bricks.
Really? So he will shift his focus to the area of the doors and around the doors.
Yeah, try something.
Go for it.
I'm gonna shoot a sacred flame at the door.
All right. As soon as the sacred flame hits the door, it kind of catches and then putters out.
Hmm.
Will not.
I'm thinking that most of the magic's not going to work unless it has force behind it. If it hurts because it maintains the problem or the damage, that's not gonna probably stick around long enough to actually do the damage. But you got something that just like impact and gone, like
So I
you
think
saw
it
with
takes like
mine.
Athos's fire would take. Thorn, continue.
I
All
mean,
right.
you got one of those bolts of fire instead? That might.
All right. So you're swinging at the doors, right?
The doors and
And the surrounding facade.
yeah.
Okay. Well, as your blades are striking this area, it keeps clearing up for Junker just a little bit more at a time. Suddenly, though, with one final swing, you take one of the doors off. And the outside of the building kind of just lights up.
As a
With
reaction,
those- never mind, go ahead.
no, it's just a reaction thing. As a reaction, Junker goes ass over tea kettle, falling backwards just from the sudden flash.
Flashbang!
Well, I'm glad I couldn't see that. Well,
What do you got now, Jeb?
I was just gonna say, hey, Junker, did that make any difference?
I'd
As you
say
see him
so.
rolling away.
As you see him get up and start dusting himself off, I'd say so. Fuck.
Can you tell how much of a difference?
I'd estimate I'm gonna ask for a percentage.
So you would realize that once you took off the door, that was the main source of the anti-magic.
If you get her to both of the doors, we might be able to well, most of it might be able to be coped with. I'm still hesitant to go in myself.
Philly is going to secretly cast Minor Illusion to make the form of the ghost that plagued Tarek in Corvus appear as though it's coming out of the door and walk towards Tarek with its hand outstretched.
Nah, you can go fuck yourself.
So, hearing Junker say that, Thorn is going to go to take off the other door.
Are you just ripping it off its hinges?
Does he need help with that?
The ghost beckons to Tarek to help him.
I was actually thinking a little bit more flavorful than just like grabbing a hold of it and ripping it off.
Okay.
He's gonna take the chain, the two blades, and whip them in so they embed into the door, and he's gonna try to pry it off that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely Kratos.
Yeah. Strength check.
Okay.
Can I roll to assist with that?
Before you do this.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. We'll see what the outcome is.
I'm gonna rush by and swat his tail and cast guidance.
Okay.
Can I roll to assist?
I was gonna cast enhance ability, but I want to see how this goes first.
So he's already got advantage because of the guidance.
Guidance is only a plus 1d4.
Oh, okay. So yes, you can roll to assist. He can roll with advantage because you're assisting. There.
Thorn hears a fairy voice in his head. Who just touched you?
Strength. That is. Fuck. Okay. 30, 20 with that. It's 24.
You rip this door just clean from the stone facade.
Now, as I do this, where is Tarek?
Probably standing behind you.
Okay, so as he does this and rips it off, he whips it around and just kind of flicks his wrists and launches the door through the opening.
Okay. You hear a loud crash. And you can see a bit of light coming from inside the building as you've knocked out a small portion of the back wall.
Nice throw.
Now, while you're looking at it, Junker, the inside of this building...
Starts flowing like a river?
No. It immediately gets a little bit brighter. And then you hear the door, with how it landed, settles and slips out of where it landed, and you hear a loud crash on the floor. And Saravine, the magic and energy you were feeling just explodes. To the point where you honestly think Pathos himself is in this building.
He's gonna get a little indignant. Who dares to steal the power of the Almighty?
Would they be able to tell that it would, if it's safe or not for, Junker?
Or
You all go in. I'm going to keep an eye out here. Anyway, just because we've made a lot of noise, and if I start hearing boots, I'm gonna give you a warning to start moving.
well, I mean, some random duke. There's only so many dukes in this nation, so.
Do what?
Nothing.
How does the Duke play into this? He said boots.
Yes.
I guess
Are-
I'm just confused.
I
But
think
whatever.
he's looking. I think he's looking at our special guest,
Yeah. Clearly.
Oh, I see.
who's who is
Super
superpower
preoccupied.
is politics.
Yes. No, I think the superpower would be business, but.
Business, politics, they mix.
Oh, yeah. They're the same.
Hey,
Okay, so who all's going inside?
Well, clearly I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seravine's indignant. She's going in.
I just picture
Philly-
Seraphine just being like, "Get out of the way, Thorin," and just storming past him.
Philly is gonna follow Saravine.
Thorin's gonna rip the blades and head inside.
Okay, as you guys walk in, it's literally an empty shell of a building. There are no floors, nothing, just the support structure. And sitting along the eastern wall, there is a lockbox.
Tarek Smash?
No.
I was gonna say go for it, which should tell you that's a bad idea.
God damn it, this.
What the heck?
Saravine, the moment your eyes lock onto this lockbox, you can tell that's where the energy is coming from.
Heading towards the lockbox.
Tarek smash. No, just kidding.
All right. So you're approaching the lockbox, Saravine?
Yes.
Philly's right there with her.
Okay. As you guys approach this lockbox, you can see that now that you're closer to it and there's a little bit more light for you to actually see it, it is ornate as can be. It is literally solid gold. It's got bands wrapped around it, covered in sigils, and it's got a big lock on it.
Want to check the lockbox, the sigils in particular for magical traps.
Roll me Arcana.
24.
And tell those sigils are designed to keep all unauthorized personnel from opening the box. But it looks like there's been an extra sigil carved into it. And looking at it, you can tell it's a concealment sigil meant to hide magical energies and presences.
Well, clearly it's not doing its job.
Yeah, it's meant for arcane, not divine energy.
So, can I tell whether or not we will be able to open this lockbox based on the other sigils that are on there?
You can, and you can tell you will not be able to. Real quick, Tormy, roll me perception.
That is an 18, sir.
You hear running coming towards you.
I cup my hands to make it a directional sound, and I whistle into the building, and I give one of these so that people know that we need to wrap it up.
Grab the box. We'll figure it out after we're out of here.
Servian grabs box.
Philly looks to Saravine. Why don't you let Dumbun carry it?
Yeah, it's probably a bit heavy.
Saravine, as you pick up the box, it actually feels as if it's like almost non-existent.
It's not heavy.
Oh. Well, good.
This is a weapon of pathos.
Hang on. Someone's echoing again.
Can't be me. I'm not talking.
Was it me?
It might have been.
All right. She's gonna look over and say, "It's not heavy, and this is a weapon of pathos." She's like clutching it.
All right, well, we better get a move on.
It's out carrying the box.
Thorin, before he leaves the warehouse, sheathes the blades, the chains detach and go back to coiling around his wrists, and shifts it down.
Okay.
As she's walking out, Saravine's just looking around to make sure there's not like another box, like a decoy situation.
Nope. Like I said, building was completely empty, save for that box. All right.
So, as they're coming out, Junker's producing the coat and the hat so that he can just take them back.
Takes him, puts the hat on, slips the coat on.
We run
So,
outside.
So where y'all running to?
well, there's
The sound of the boots sounds as if it's coming from towards the gate, but coming towards you, and it's getting louder.
Back to the horses.
Should we maybe try to hide and see if this is the person who stole it, so that we could try and capture them?
That was part of the deal we made. I think that makes a pretty good plan.
Saravine's
Okay.
clutching the box.
It is the primary reason why I have a bottle in my coat that's making air.
All right, so looking around, there are a couple places you can hide. Obviously not inside the building, as you'd stick out like a sore thumb. But there are like some crates and buildings and things.
Philly walks back inside the building. He said, "Trust me, guys." And he walks back inside the building. And when he's outside of eyesight from them, he uses his disguised wings and flies up into the air, strums a little bit on his DOS lute, and casts invisibility on himself.
In the building full of anti-magic.
No, we got rid of the anti-magic.
We got rid of most of the anti-magic.
I
roll a d20.
I thought we had gotten rid of all of it.
Nope, just most of it. But like I said, roll me a d20, all high or low.
Okay. I'm gonna call high. And it's a 13.
It works. You got rid of enough of the anti-magic field that your spell isn't really effective.
Thorin looks to the others. Are you three pretty comfortable with your ability to hide? If not, I suggest hopping in Junker's coat.
I'm probably the least stealthy of us.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
but
want to jump in your coat, I can carry it.
That sounds like as he just pulls into his coat and it flops to the ground.
well, now it's a little more awkward to get into. I'm not very stealthy either.
He picks up the coat and holds it open.
Derek jumps in.
Saravine goes in with the box.
I literally have disadvantage on stealth rolls, so
All right. So
Thorin takes the coat, slips it over his shoulder, and kind of tucks it in the back of his coat so he doesn't lose this coat.
that would
And-
not be good.
No.
Hey, don't lose the coat in your coat.
And he is going to find he's going to take a spot up by one of the crates and hide.
Okay. Stealth check.
inside the coat, Junker pulls out the gem that casts light, puts it on the ground. So, who's up for cards?
I mean, I'm just glad we got light. I can't see shit in here.
So I rolled an 18 with my +7 to stealth. That is a 25.
Just as a side note, Tarek does not have dark vision.
Neither do I.
I'm glad you have light producing objects.
All right. So
So
you are
tapping
hit.
in- he taps into his hunter skills and vanishes.
About 5 minutes go by, and 6 guards run up, with a 7th being bigger than the rest. And they start looking around and everything. They can't find you, but they see the building. They know it's been broken into, because obviously.
Could possibly tell with that much of the building missing.
Right. So then they
I feel like you still need a perception check.
do what?
I said I feel like you would still need a perception check.
They rolled a 4. They're not seeing shit. It's like, oh, this building's just like this normally.
It's fine.
I think I've got a few guards to fire.
Right. Anyways, they all walk into the building, and then the big dude immediately makes a beeline for the eastern wall. And Philly, you can clear as day hear him just cursing like a motherfucker. He turns
Literally
and
like that.
looks at his guard, or at the guards, and he goes, "Y'all was supposed to protect this building. This is what I'm paying you for." Ah! And he starts cursing at them, calling them incompetent and every name under the sun. And Thorin, you can kind of hear it too, because he's not being quiet at all. What are you guys gonna do?
From the outside, giving the fact that they all just ran inside, is there anything close to the building that I can move to?
I mean, you could move to the wall.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking box near the wall, but that's fine. I'll go to the wall,
Okay.
and I'll keep an eye on the inside, like I'm stalking prey, and just wait.
Could Thorin have heard the big guy shouting at the others from outside?
Yeah, he could.
I think you meant Philly.
No, Philly.
Oh.
Philly could hear it plain as day. I
Yeah,
was
Philly's
asking,
literally hiding it
asking
up by the
if
ceiling.
Thorin could
Okay.
hear.
Yes, Thorin could hear them. Now, as you get closer to the door that is non-existent now, You both actually hear this guy, the big guy, say, "That staff must be found. I pay you whatever you want. Just get it back by any means necessary. The master must have it, or we're all going to die."
Anyway.
Sure enough, as soon as he says that, all the guards run out of the building and down the street. And it's kind of one of those moments where, Thorin, you're kind of pressed up against the wall just enough that because they're running, they're literally not looking out their peripherals, and so they just don't even see you. And then you can hear the big guy just throwing a fit again. So what are you doing?
So it's getting kind of dark, correct?
Yeah. I'd say it's twilight right now.
How
Where
much?
the sun is almost down, but not completely.
The inside of the building is casting a pretty decent shadow within
Yes.
the building. I'm going to slip around to the inside of the building, still within the
Okay.
shadows, not breaking stealth at all.
Right. Fair.
And take a quick sniff of the air. Do I smell Philly?
Yes.
I'm going to look in the direction that the scent is coming from and just hold.
Okay.
Can Philly see him? Being that it is a wide open building, as you said, and he is up in the air.
You can't see him, but you can make out his shape.
Okay.
You can tell he's there.
Philly's going to fly down, maintaining his invisibility, and he's going to whisper in Thorin's ear.
Sweet nothings.
Somebody go get jealous.
He sticks a little tongue in there as well while he's at it.
You're gonna get blown up by a fairy.
No, he says, "This is definitely," whispers, "This is definitely the guy in charge."
He just nods silently.
I say we sneak attack him now while he's distracted. And then Philly flies back up to where he's up in the air above, about 20 feet away. Or no, I'm sorry, before we do that. He is going to
He's gonna what?
no, I can't do that.
He's going to feel pretty.
I
feel
feel pretty. God damn it! Both of us.
Yes.
You got both of us.
Pretty and witty and gay.
Before
He flies back up, seeing the nod from Thorin. He's gonna fly back up, and he's gonna be 20 feet away from the
Thief.
from the guy ranged at behind him, even though he's up in the air. That way, the guy won't take notice of him, and he is going to cast Shatter. I need him to make a con save.
Okay. Where's... Did I? I closed out of it. Shit. Give me a second.
1 second.
Okay. You said con?
Yes.
Okay, well, that means absolute nothing, because that's a nat 1.
So then he's gonna take crit damage on this as well.
Yep.
Okay, so and that's a fantastic roll. Almost max damage. He is going to take 46 points of thunder damage.
Damn.
As a sudden, loud, ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts around him.
Okay, well, he instantly drops to his knees in pain.
And as he does, Thorin has moved up behind. And I am making 2 attacks on him while hidden.
Okay. Now, I do need to remind you, you're trying to capture him, correct?
I understand. I have a plan. I have a plan.
Well, I was going to say, I will need you to call a non-lethal strike.
I am my first attack. I'm using the blades and the chains. My first attack is going to be an attempt at grappling him.
Okay.
And then if I'm able to grapple him, I'm going to turn the second attack into a restraint. Basically allowing the chains to wrap around him and hold him in place.
Okay, and that's a contested strength check, right?
Casually just stuck in a coat.
Sarah Bean's gonna look at Tarek, deceit in her eyes, go fish.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, okay.
We're each playing a
Well-
different card game with the same deck of
Shit.
cards.
So he's grappled.
Okay. And the second attack, basically what happens is as he's hidden, he attaches the 2 chains to the blades, whips them out of their sheath. The first one wraps around him, and the second one, because he's grappled, he is going to wrap around his lower half, and they're just going to coil around to just restrain him in place.
Okay. You've restrained him.
After he has him restrained, he is going to take the chain off of his right arm and hold it in his left, pull the coat off of him, hold it up. All right, we've got him. And hold the coat out so everybody can disembark. Or do I need to pull you out?
You need to pull us out.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Philly, if you're here, I need your help.
Billy!
Philly flies down. He's no longer invisible. But you just see him like floating up in the air because his wings are still disguised. He flies down and dives both hands into the bag. He grabs Tarek by the fumbles around, grabs Tarek by the ears, and pulls the rabbit out of the bag, and then helps the other 2 out.
And then once Junker's out, the coat basically just slips over his shoulder as Thorin releases it, takes a hold of the second chain in his other hand.
Okay. Junker. Con save.
Yep. Fuck me. That's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 7 total.
Okay, so earlier you did the 10 hit points thing. That
Yep.
gave you an additional 10. All of those are gone.
Yep.
But you are still at full health.
Fuck.
So, Thorin takes the chains and holds on to them and puts this guy in the bag in Junker's coat.
and it is literally just as one action, scoop and run for the fucking door so that I don't possibly drop just by standing here and talking. Because the last thing he knew, he was outside of this building and suddenly it hurt.
So, now that we've got him, he can't leave that area unless we pulled him out, correct?
Correct.
So as
It
you
works
swipe,
just like it works like a normal bag of holding for all general mechanics, except for the ones that are set up.
so knowing that and you scooping him, Thorn releases the chains as he vanishes into the bag. So the chains wrap back around Thorn's wrists, and they're not lost in there with this guy. Not lost, but left in there with this guy.
Yeah, we don't need this guy coming out whipping your chains around.
No. And
I
then
mean,
following him out the door.
as we get out there and I see you as I turn around. So, good plan. There are notes. I'm sure you already know them. And if you need to get in there to get anything, I can put you in and pull you back out. Most of what I've got in there, he can't really hurt anyone. There's a couple of things in there that he can hurt people with, but he's not getting out on his own.
I'm sure we can deal with
Pull
those
those
things.
out first.
What
if
was that?
he's got if he happens to have them in his hand, I can't actually take it from him. So if he's holding the spear or the crossbow, it's a little bit more of a worry, but not too much.
I mean,
You'll
I
be
can
fine.
dive in and just try to take it from him.
Let's.
We do have some options here. Let's just
We do have several options. One thing, I do have the ability to cast suggestion.
That's a good suggestion you got there.
Does anyone
I-
have a sleep spell?
Yes. But this seems
That
more
would be a
fun.
good one. Well, when we pull him out, if you put him to sleep, we don't have to worry about any objects coming with him because he'll be asleep when we pull him out.
That's also fair.
Why don't,
And
since he can't leave the coat unless we pull him out, why don't we get back to the stables, grab our horses, and get going?
he literally just takes his head, sticks it in the coat, and then comes back out. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine.
All right,
Oh.
let's do this.
You're gonna travel through the night?
Don't see why not. The
We-
horses have had time to rest, and
We are riding in a cart, so we can take turns who's driving while the others are resting. Same with the warhorse that Thorin has.
and
That
at
way
a
he can
normal
rest as well.
at a normal pace, that won't kill the horses for pressing them, as long as we're coaxing them with sugar, carrots, food.
Save a horse.
Saravine's
man.
not going to like she's protecting that box with her life.
Okay. Everybody go ahead and take a long rest.
Except
Okay.
for Saravine, right?
Well, yeah, except for Saravine, because
Well, she'd need to. It's what, a 2-week journey from Alinar to Altessi?
Yes.
Yeah, she gets a long rest.
She'd need a long rest, and
It
Thorin
depends
would.
on- It depends on whether he's time skipping another 2 weeks or if he's just time skipping the night.
I was going to time skip 2 weeks.
So
Okay.
here's Thorin will offer to watch the box so she can rest. Because if she doesn't rest, she will die. Because 6 levels of
Philly-
exhaustion is dead.
Yeah, Philly will take a turn as well.
Okay.
And then we'll make the trip back 2 weeks, and as soon as we get back to Altessi, it's a straight beeline to Karo's shop.
Yep.
And like, while he's awake, about every 20 minutes, Junker is sticking his head in his coat to double check that our everlasting asshole is not destroying anything.
You tell him about the bottle of air?
No,
Did you leave the bottle of air open?
aye.
Oh, so we didn't. He's fine.
He has a light and a half a deck of cards.
Why only half a deck?
I was playing bridge, while you two were playing different other games.
I
I
thought
was
we were
almost
playing.
there.
I thought we were playing frickin' poker.
See, and I heard her say go fish, so
What game were we fucking playing that involves bridge, poker, and go fish? What the hell?
Oh.
Ravine holds up a pair of twos.
that's the one I needed.
All right. You all, like I said, go ahead and apply the long rest and everything. You make it back to Altessi. You get to the stable, drop the things off. See the new stable master, because, like I said, the old one was like, I'm 2 days from retirement, fuck this shit.
Yep.
And you
Okay.
make
So-
a beat. Oh, go ahead.
As we drop the horses and the cart off to the new stable master,
Yeah.
Philly tells the new stable master, so I don't know whether the old stable master told you or not, but we paid a $200 deposit for renting these, and we were supposed to get that back upon bringing them back in good condition. Can we go ahead and collect that before we move on?
You're an asshole.
He's a car salesman.
Pretty much.
This thing talks so good.
Jesus, Brent.
We did bring them back literally full of sugar. I've got like half a bag left.
So now you have nine.
The new guy just kind of looks at you and he goes, no one told me anything. But whatever. Here. Throws you a bag.
I counted to make sure that it's actually 200.
It is.
He nods. Thank you very much, kind sir. I knew the new stable master said that when he said that you were going to be the perfect person to take the job, I knew that he wasn't lying. Seven blessings to you, kind sir.
He just kind of nods. So, you guys make a beeline for Caro's.
There you go, Thorin. He tosses the bag back to him.
Much obliged.
You make a beeline to Caro's. Only when you get there, the shop is closed, the doors are locked, and there is a note
Gone
pinned
fishing.
to the door. Give me a sec here. I can't remember the name of it.
The key is under the mat. The milk is in the fridge. Make yourself at home, and don't fall in the trap.
It says, meet me at the Heartleaf.
Hmm.
Hey.
All right, well, let's head back to the inn.
Hold on.
Okay.
Don't you think this might be a little conspicuous? I mean, he just leaves a note on the door that says, meet me at Heartleaf. This is a very popular and renowned magical shop. Just anybody can walk up to the door and get this note.
I have my reasons.
I was
Pulls
actually in character, but
Oh, yeah, okay. You were in character. Sorry.
I have a different proposition for you. Pulls the note off and just starts walking towards the end. I rolled a 1 on the stupidity die.
Nice.
Still clutching the box, follows along.
Okay. As you all get back to the Heartleaf, before you, as you get there, standing outside the door is Caro. He looks at you all, sees the box in your hand, smiles, and he says, "Welcome back."
Good to be back.
I trust the journey wasn't too troublesome.
Not at all. Other
You know,
than
a bump or two in the road, but
we met
I
all the
didn't
conditions.
didn't get sick either way this time, so I think it's a win-win.
Well, if you would, please follow me. And he leads you inside, and he takes you to a private room.
Uh-oh.
And as everyone walks in, you see him draw some sigils in the air again, and you can just see a sheen of magic covering the door.
Opens his jacket, sticks his head back in to check if the guy is sleeping or trying to stab at random parts of the coat. I don't. Is he asleep? Is he awake?
Caro looks at you and he says, "Restrain who?" Restraining him won't be an issue. And he just snaps his fingers. And
What?
if you looked back in, you could tell he's gone.
That's a neat trick.
He looks to Saravine and he says, "Please, put the box on the table."
She gives him kind of a skeptical look.
I'm gonna take a
And
sniff. Is it
then
the same guy?
Is what?
he's checking to see if it's Caro.
Yeah, this is Caro.
Just
We've
checking to
got
see if the scents matched.
Oh,
He's
okay.
gonna look
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Thorin.
yeah. We
Yeah.
have plenty of people out there that can change their shape. He's
Yeah,
being
no, I get it.
cautious.
I get it. I thought I had missed something and hadn't said it was Caro.
Oh,
That
you're good.
Just double checking. Thorin looks back at Saravine and nods.
She's gonna look back, and you can tell she's just like,
I don't wanna.
yeah, but she puts it down.
Caro walks up to it, runs his hand along the top and inspects it. Sees the extra sigil that had been carved into it. Just kind of tilts his head, runs his finger over it, and it's gone. And as soon as he does that, the full force of that energy can be felt by you, Saravine. And essentially by everyone in the room.
It's like being drunk for the first time again.
Quite a powerful item you've got there.
And he goes, "Oh? I'd expect Order members to be able to feel it." And you see, he pulls out what looks to be, or well, what is a key. sticks it in the lock, turns it, and the box pops open. Now, Tormy,
Yep.
you've turned your detect magic off, correct?
Yeah, we're no longer hunting anything, so there's no reason for me to be doing that. And I
Okay,
don't
good.
want to have my head explode when I look at this thing.
Right. That's why I was like, you turned it off, right? That's going to affect how I narrate it. He lifts it. And inside is this plain looking quarterstaff. And as Caro's looking at it, he says, "Ah, good. You weren't able to remove the disillusionment charm." You see him just kind of wave his hand over it. And as he does, it becomes this white staff with ornate carvings and sigils inscribed in it. And he goes, "Good." Closes the box, relocks it, sticks the key in his pocket. And he says, and he looks at all of you and he says, "I appreciate it. As our deal stands, each of you get one item from the first floor of my shop. Your choice. And the favor to be repaid whenever you would like. If it is within my power, it can be done."
As a side of all of that, how much were you selling that bottle of air for? 'Cause I would give
It's
it back.
yours. It's yours. Free of charge.
Many thanks.
As a special thank you. And as a little extra compensation for your... And he just kind of gestures at you. Condition at being exposed to this much power.
Oh, it's severely intoxicating, and I can't say that I don't like it.
Philly
But,
pops up.
Saravine's still like staring at the box.
Philly pops up. What exactly is the staff?
It holds the power of pathos. I can feel that.
He just kind of looks at all
that
of you.
much is clear, but
She was
I
saying
would
that
be
to.
a little
She was
bit
saying.
more
She wasn't saying that to Philly. She was saying that to Caro.
Caro just kind of looks at you all and says, "Return to my shop, and I can explain it to you there. Prying ears and all."
happily.
Yeah, but didn't you cast wards against prying ears in this room?
Yes, but my magic is much stronger in my residence than it is elsewhere.
Then why'd you have us meet here in the first place?
I'd like to insight check that, please.
Okay. Go ahead, make a roll.
An 18.
You can tell he's being mostly truthful. As far as the ward I cast here, it's more of, on the outside, this room appears to be empty.
Well, whatever it takes, I'd like to know about this staff and how it holds his power. So if it takes going back, then let's go.
I agree, but can you at least give us some information on it? Persuasion check. I mean,
Okay, if you want to make a persuasion check against him, go ahead.
okay. Ha! Nat fucking 20.
Oh, well, that definitely beats his stuff.
Yeah, I've been rolling on D&D Beyond tonight because I didn't feel
Nice.
like getting my dice out. So
Right.
You've been rolling on that, and you've been getting higher than 5s?
Jesus.
Right.
You are the luckiest man alive tonight.
it also helps. I do have a +9 in persuasion, but this was a nat 20.
Yeah,
so.
you can't +9 a nat 20. It's just a nat 20.
Well, you can, because nat 20 is not always going to be a success, but
He literally rolled one less than a godly effort.
Yeah. Anyways, Caro looks at you, says, as I said, we will return to my shop. All will be revealed then.
I
First,
have my doubts that you're saying everything will be revealed, but a lot. I'll take a lot.
but first, he snaps his fingers, and each one of you now have a glass in front of you, and he says, just kind of to himself but out loud, he's like, I was kind of hoping to not have to use this anytime soon again, 'cause it just means I'll owe him. And you see him pull out of his robes a white bottle, sits it on the table, puts a glass in front of himself, and then he pours himself a glass of what looks to be wine, sets it back down, scoots it to the middle of the table, and he says, have yourselves a drink.
don't mind if I do.
Whatever you think of, that bottle can make.
Ooh.
Picture the drink in your mind and pour. And as each of you in turn pick up the bottle, you can tell it's empty until you go to pour it, and you each get whatever the drink that you have pictured in your mind is.
You have done a terrible thing.
Inari,
Ty.
don't you have one of those bottles?
Absolutely.
I was about to say.
I was just gonna say, this looks familiar.
Nari pulls out her own.
Caro.
I see we have a mutual associate.
Philly looks over at Inari with a hurt look on his face as he's pouring out his drink.
And Caro
You've been
just
holding out on us all this time.
All the
Caro
liquor?
just kind of sighs. I see you know my father.
Oh. Now this is interesting.
Father.
Yes. He's where I got the staff. And you see him just kind of wave his hand over the box, and it just shrinks down. He picks it up and sticks it in his pocket. Anyway,
Servine kind of.
Gonna have to digest that. Takes
He
the bottle.
really, really didn't make Servine happy.
anyways,
Takes the bottle, pours something in.
he picks
Puts
up
it
his
back in.
glass, holds it up, and he says, to a successful quest. And takes a sip.
Cheers. To all our health and many more. Oh,
Cheers.
it tastes like home.
Servine pretty much has become like Frodo in Lord of the Rings. He's holding the ring.
My precious!
Nice. My precious.
Exactly.
All right. Anyways, after you all have your drink and everything, you all walk back to the shop. Only instead of going in the front, Caro takes you in through the back. And as you all walk in, he locks the door, and makes his sigils and his wards and everything. Now,
Parker is still slowly sipping from his drink, going like, I'm never getting it again. I'm never getting it again.
he just looks at all of you and he says, all right. Staff. As he goes and pours himself a glass of wine. That staff was used by the first party. Gifted by the Almighty himself. And as I said, in the right hands is quite powerful. Now, what do you know of the first party?
Just looks over at Seraphine. Take it away.
Yeah, Philly takes his drink that he carried with him and goes and sits down.
I know the party was chosen by the Almighty to defeat Tiamat. Goes into some of the details that she's read in the books of the party, their capabilities, the fight and whatnot.
The sorcerer of that group. Very powerful.
Hey,
Also still alive. By my count, he would be a little over 2.5 millennia old.
Oh.
This is his staff.
oh,
If I had to venture a guess as to its name, I'd call it the Staff of Vistara. Sorcerer, also, and remains my father, Alar. Any questions so far?
Is he still alive?
Not even I know that. Some potion or another that he knows how to make. And once you take it, you essentially become immortal.
immortal or just unaging? Vast
I'm
difference.
just done aging, but as I said, I don't know how to make it, so I don't know its true capabilities. Although that is information I've been trying to get from him for years.
Hmm.
Any other
Know
questions?
about the staff.
Yes. What about it?
Who would have known about it?
Well, I imagine the whole first party would know about this staff.
But they'd be dead.
Well, as he said, one of them's still alive. What's to say more than one of them isn't still alive?
Tyler, check your DM.
Is there anyone over in that city that you can think of that might have had a sway of knowledge about it? Because they certainly brought it there specifically for the master. Bless
You have
you.
heard that?
Thank
You wouldn't have heard that.
We had a week. I am assuming that we talked at some
Okay.
point.
Yeah.
I didn't bring it up because I didn't know.
That's fair. We were not taking an entire week of just trading different card games
2 weeks.
with one deck of cards.
2 weeks, not one.
Deck of cards. He has the other half.
Yeah. Listen now, I've got skills. I can make another deck of cards. We can just
I mean, it's not like a deck of cards is exactly expensive either.
All right. As far as who would know about this staff, there are very few. Most of them,
presumably.
outside of my father, belong to the Order. Well, I guess you all know.
Who from the
No.
order would betray us?
Unless, like I said, it could be someone else from that party that's not exactly dead.
Different question. They don't necessarily have to have turned on the order. There is another option that is not quite as terrible, but still terrible.
Which is?
How many of the order have gone missing lately? And by lately, I mean last decade or so.
That's a good question.
Torture
Unfortunately, that is
is
not information I possess.
torture and magic are easy ways to pull information out of people that you've made disappear. Kind of a little bit what we did here on the other half of our mission to get this to into his hands. We didn't torture him. We left him in a space where he had a little bit of food, water, and oxygen. But 2 weeks alone is a little bit of torture, and I'm sure that he's going to try and wring some information out of him too. There's
Oh,
no
most
saying.
definitely.
There's no saying that the other side, whatever the other side is, didn't do the same.
Well, whoever this master is, that he knows of the staff and would go to such lengths to have it is concerning.
What I
Right,
also
you are.
what I also find concerning is they seemed to be extremely easy for them to persuade the guards of Alinar to do their bidding with just a bit of coin or promises.
Yeah, I'll be having a conversation with the Duke later.
Is this the
Bree,
same Duke is footing our bill at the tavern?
Oh, no, no. I sent the bill to my father.
Oh, thank God.
un,
Out of character.
un,
Been worried my bank
unsurprising to
account's
most
not
of us
actually
here.
empty.
Unsurprising to most of us here. A bit of greed and a bit of fear pushed into a person is more than enough to deal with most common folk, even guards. It takes something deep inside to actually resist that type of problem. If greed doesn't do it, fear often does.
As you all are having this conversation, you all
You
hear.
son of a bitch.
What'd you do?
No, my cat is wanting
Being a cat.
attention, so he's standing up on his hind paws like I said he does last night, and started rubbing his teeth and his gums up against my elbow.
Ew.
Slowly
Oh.
grinding the meat away.
Well, as I said, as you guys are having this conversation, Caro suddenly lets out a sigh. And you all hear what sounds like crack of lightning.
Incoming.
Here he is.
Should
Yeah.
I step to the left?
Left.
And
Oh, take
suddenly
a-
you just hear out, Caro! You better have that staff back, boy! And in storms Alar. And he just goes, hello, father. Yes. You're looking at the party that retrieved it for me.
I'm gonna take 2 steps out from between the two of them.
Thorin is just leaned against the wall with his arms crossed watching.
Hey, can I get one of them bottles?
Alar just looks around. He looks at Inari and he goes, why are you here?
And Nari gets up and curtsies. He's, business, sir. Always business.
Why do I not believe that?
Would you believe she lost a bet?
And he just laughs. And then he goes, well, where is it? And Caro just pulls the staff out of his pocket, sets it down on the table, waves his hand so it like becomes full size, unlocks it and opens it and hands it to Alar. As soon as this staff is removed from this box, though, just instant wave of divine energy crashes over the entire room. And it stays like that until Alar grabs it, at which point its presence almost disappears.
I need a swig after that.
Ugh, I can feel it in my sinuses.
Oh,
Me too.
I can feel it in my butthole.
And as Alar is holding the staff, he looks at all of you. And he goes, and just kind of holds it out and points at each of you, and he says, you're the ones that retrieved this?
We
Yeah.
did.
I mostly stood around.
Philly nods.
Turns to Caro and says, what compensation are they getting? Can't be stingy. Caro just grabs the bridge of his nose and just sighs, and he says, "We've worked out a deal. They seemed happy with it. I'm happy with it. If you feel they deserve anything else, you can pay for it." And you can just feel the tension between father and son just kind of slowly rising, as if these two kind of hate each other.
Oh, this is
Seravine's getting closer
interesting.
to the staff.
Do what?
Philly,
Oh,
Seravine is inching her way closer to the staff.
I can't believe how stupid this idea is. I have to roll a stupidity die.
Oh no.
Philly's just kind of sitting by himself,
Tarek just formed a question.
thinking to himself.
Oh no.
Because he feels the tension between father and son, and it reminds him of the tension between he and his father.
Tarek formed a
I'm-
question.
The bunny can think.
Sometimes. His intelligence is not his lowest stat. It's definitely talking. My charisma is an 8. But I'll let the
What was
stupidity
the
die go
question?
first. I'll let the stupidity die go first.
No, thankfully I didn't roll low enough to just immediately blurt it out.
Tarek
You're
looks
gonna say it.
Tarek looks at Elar and says, "So, question for you.
What?
Who else would know that staff exists in this world? Other than the obvious."
I said the master wants it. Which is a little bit closer.
And we found it over in Alinar. In a warehouse that was made pretty much of anti-magic bricks.
Because
Yeah, check DMs.
Inches a little bit closer.
if you're still alive, there's a possibility somebody else could be, right? You seem to be the best person to ask this question to.
I mean, there are quite a few who would have known about it. I mean, judging from the fact that this one keeps inching closer, I can tell she can feel its power.
She's a little pathos crazy.
She looks up like deer in the headlights.
He just kind of looks at her and goes, "Would you like to hold it?"
Dream come true! Dream come true!
There's no more inching. It's just like a beeline, hands outstretched. Mine.
He puts it in your hands.
I almost half wish for a con save for the overpowered enthusiasm makes her pass out.
Ooh, good idea.
Don't give Tyler ideas. He doesn't need help.
I do need a con save.
There it is. There it is. Bucky is. Good job, Fenris.
Tyler,
no-
speaking of ideas, check your DM.
Fighting Dave.
Sorry.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't do Elcon. It's a 12.
And since it's not in one of the safety zones, I just rolled a 22 for my con save to not get punch drunk again.
Gotcha. All right, Seravine, the moment you touch this staff, you
Explode.
instantly... No, she doesn't explode.
Hit level 22.
You instantly become a level 40.
Yes.
We all
God,
explode. We all explode.
Hair
No,
flying.
anyway, as soon as you touch this staff, you get a little nauseous. Just from the overwhelming power. And Alar just kind of looks at you and sees that look on your face and goes, "See? Not as fun as you think, is it?" And he
Perfect.
takes it back. And the next thing you know, it literally turns into a ring on his hand. Now,
Okay, Flash.
right? Now,
No, underdog.
that's going back even farther. That works.
No, it's the underdog is not older than the Flash.
No, but the ring part is.
Yeah.
The first time it was all stuffed in a helmet.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Anyways, he looks at Tarek. There would have been probably a good 7 or 8 who knew of the staff's existence. Only like 3 or 4 of them know its true power. Meanwhile, Caro's just sitting at a table, head in his hands, slowly drinking his wine. Alar just kind of looks out. He says, "I'm getting off topic. You found my staff. I'm going to give you each one thing. What do you want?"
What are we limited to?
I want to pat those staff.
Can't give you. As far as your question, within reason. Money, potions, magic item.
Were you trying to talk to me?
He's talking to Thorin, who said, "What are we limited to?"
$1 million.
You get 1 million money that does not work in this world.
That would be an Alar thing to do.
It would, yes.
In a normal joking sense. But this is not a normal joking matter.
Now, for the less astute of us around here, how much is too much money?
What number are you thinking?
I don't know.
Don't you have a wife who wants a pet?
Well, yeah, that's the reason I asked.
Don't
Or
you?
maybe you could just ask for the
But-
pet.
But
I mean,
if I
also
could get
don't,
more than that on top of it, like a nice glowing great axe that I saw in the
You see
shop.
Alar reach into his pocket,
I mean,
pulls out a coin.
anybody who wants gold, I think, well,
He pulls out a coin.
50,000 would be a good round number.
Inari, you see this coin.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same coin Pathos gave you to get you to come along.
Ooh, that's a good coin. Take the coin.
He flips it to Tarek.
Tarek catches it.
That's 50,000 platinum.
Okay, I'll shut up.
If money's what all of you want, take that coin, split it up amongst yourselves.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
Alar is the perfect person to have for money because he's loaded and does nothing with it.
With the party that I'm in, money is not going to really be a problem. Finding materials is going to be slightly more, but it can be done. You seem to be a man who might have texts of things that have been long gone that maybe should be carefully put back into the world? Do you have any texts?
Alar just kind of raises his eyebrow at you. What item are you wanting to make?
I haven't found the perfect answer to that question. I'm just looking to see if you have any manuals of folks from way back that have made wonders. Magical, mechanical.
The correct answer is all the items.
Yeah, all of the above.
There's a difference. I'm trying to not be greedy so I don't get nothing.
I asked for
I'm saying that above the table.
above the table. That is why I asked for how much he would say was too much. I didn't want to ask for too much, and then I got the
I
coin.
honestly thought you were literally asking that in character.
I am. I don't know very much of the things that were way back when. There's been whispers
How
here and
about I
there,
give
but
you access to my library?
how can I access it? His face is just... There's a magic man in front of him that just offered him the keys to the kingdom. How do I do this?
He pats himself down real quick, and he's like, you see him shuffle into one of his pockets, and then he pulls out a small ruby. Alar just kind of looks at it for a moment, blows on it, and then tosses it to you.
Catches it.
Put that on the frame of any door, and it'll get you right there.
He goes to, immediately goes to start doing the thing and then stops and goes, I don't want to be blind. No, I'll figure it out. Thank you.
He's like, oh, yes. There's that, too. Digs some more. Pulls out a ring. Throws it to you as well. Now, that ring will only work in my library. That way you're not drunk all the time. I haven't seen a weave born in centuries. Good to know you lot still exist.
You should, I suppose, thank my 5 mothers for bringing me into the world.
Then he turns and looks at the rest of the group. All right. Anybody else?
Inari takes out the crimson orb she got from Rain and says, I need a quick way to travel. I understand there's going to be a cooldown period or something like that, but can you make this permanent?
He takes the orb, kind of examines it for a minute. Not this one. It's made by a god. I can't affect this one. But
can you...
He hands it back to you. And he just walks up to you and he says, this might sting a little.
Oh dear.
And he taps you on the forehead, kind of like Itachi style. Does the Sasuke. And you feel a little, zap. He goes, there you go. You can use it once every 8 hours or so. But you can teleport.
Outstanding. I appreciate it.
Can she take more than just herself?
If she wants to.
Is there a limit?
I mean, not really, but based on your strength, I would say limit it to 5 maximum.
Should there be a weight limit or a person limit?
Not really sure. Never really given anyone who wasn't innately able to use it that spell before.
Well, I guess we'll find out the hard way.
Inari, I want to bring up a thing about this. With me with you, neither of those things truly matter.
I already forgot about the coat.
Y'all, I just cut down our travel time.
Hell yeah, no more renting damn stupid shit for us.
I quite like my horses.
You can still have horses.
He holds
We
up
can
the
rent
coin.
them.
He holds up the coin. Buy one then.
All right.
We're pulling some serious energy in this party.
Anybody else?
Thorn is still currently thinking.
You got any more of those coins worth 50,000 platinum?
I do, but I'm fairly certain one's enough. Can't go breaking any economies now, can I?
You guys can have my share of the coin. I don't need anything. I have my thing, so I'm out.
To be fair, if they are pouring into things that I'm going to be making, might not be breaking the economy.
So, if I'm doing this correctly, that would be 100,000 apiece. If Inari's not taking it correct, 50,000 platinum is 500,000 gold.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Congrats, you're all rich.
Yes.
And Brenna can get her puppy.
Yep. Brenna can get her puppy.
Can I ask? I've shown I'm a devoted follower of Pathos. Would I be able to get an amulet?
Of amulet.
Amulet of the Devout.
I mean, I can't give you one of those as I don't have any. But
Get me enough money.
pulls out a piece of paper, writes a couple things on it, rolls it up, hands it to her, and says, "The next time you go to a church, any church, you give them this, and you'll
Alright.
get your amulet."
Thank you.
Scoots over next to Inari. So there's a certain kind of drink that came from my home that wondering, since it's the same bottle, if I gave you a test of it, would you like to try and share some of these more often?
Absolutely.
I hand her the cup that is almost empty and let her try it. Mannaberry wine, people.
Ooh, yes.
I figure the hometown of a Weaveborn has to have it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's some 3.5 shit right there.
So we're all getting 10,000 platinum. Yes?
Gold. 10,000 gold.
It's 500,000 gold.
I'm wrong.
100,000 Yeah, it's 100,000 gold apiece or 10,000 platinum.
Yeah, that's right. Alar looks to Thorin. You figured it out yet?
Not exactly. It's kind of a
I think some of us have given him more things to think about since we've taken things that are a bit more offbeat. Money's one thing, but now we have movement, we have access to a bunch of information. He's an interesting man. He's got several different things that he's focused on.
You said that. The first thing that popped up in my mind was the Dos Equis commercials.
He is the most interesting man in the world. The entire time all of this is going on, Cairo is still just sipping his wine, holding his head in his hand, and just grumbling to himself. He's like, well, I'm the one who hired them. Why don't I get anything? Da-da-da-da-da. Reward me for once.
over the table question. Was this the party that was given the? It was the other party that was given the stone to contact Alar, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
My other character has that stone.
Okay.
Mm,
Tyler, if we were over the table, if we were to choose for an item, what are you limiting us to?
Green.
Green from him?
So, blue's the step up from green, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, blue from Alar, but you still get your item from Caro.
Okay.
And his is green, because that's all that's on his first floor.
That's fair. I'm gonna go looking at first floor items.
yeah, say Philly's still trying to figure out Alar.
I don't mean to sound greedy, because the money's nice and all. But what does someone have to do to get one of those fancy bottles?
Alar just kind of looks at him. What you got on you that's precious to you? I trade in memories.
I mean, the only thing I got is this little piece of jewelry that's from my home.
It important to you?
A little bit. Only other thing I really keep with me that's important is my wife, so.
Tarek, I've
I don't
got
think
you.
he's giving that up.
Tarek, I've got you. He pulls out the first, or he reaches into his coat, pulls out a book, and tears a page out of out of the book, the first page out of the book, and hands it to him.
Okay.
The first thing I ever made on my own. The first thing I ever invented without having a blueprint first. It's a bag of holding.
Alar rolls it up, throws it in the air, and as it comes down, it's a bottle.
And I'm
Hands
going
it
to
back.
remove bag of holding from my sheet.
When you have a coat of holding, what do we need bags for?
That's fair, but it is literally the first thing that he ever made.
Philly finally pops up. You know, there's a particular famed mandolin that I've always been interested in finding. What would be the odds that you could assist me in finding said mandolin, as well as provide me the knowledge in how to properly play it?
Over the table. Are you talking about the mandolin I think you're talking about?
The Knaeth mandolin?
Yep. Okay. That's what I thought. Alar just kind of goes. Well, first, he hands the bottle back. Or the bottle over to you, Junker, because you're the one that gave him the thing.
Mm-hmm.
He says. And he looks at you and he goes, now that bottle is technically tied to you, as you're the memory that paid for it. What you do with it is up to you. But if you die, that bottle ceases to function.
What if he dies just for a short amount of time and comes back to life?
Now, it has to be like perma. Like if he were to die and then you like cast True Resurrection on him or whatever, yeah, that's fine. But he has to stay dead type thing. Is how that works. Because literally, picture a Malibu bottle with a symbol etched in the bottom of the glass. That's exactly what Alar's never-ending bottle looks like.
He's just going to look at it. He's going to smile, and he's going to hand it to Tarek, and it's one condition before he lets go of it.
You can have all the drinks you want.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Don't worry.
We share this.
We
We
can
share
share
this bottle, and tonight, after all of this, we take our first drinks from it. Aye?
All right.
And then he looks to Philly and he says, do you know the name of this mandolin?
I do.
What is it?
It's called the Knaeth mandolin.
Alar then turns and looks at Caro, turns back to you and says, yeah, I can help you find it. Playing it, on the other hand, that's going to be a little more difficult. There was a reason I became a sorcerer and not a bard.
You don't have any books?
Oh, I'm sure I do. I just have to find them. I mean, all the books I've collected over even 1,000 years, quite a few.
Then I guess the only one that is left is Thorn.
All eyes are on you.
Yeah.
By the way, Cody, put the bottle on your sheet.
I did.
Okay.
Did you put the right one?
Elar's never-ending bottle. Yes,
Okay.
I found
Thorn-
it. Don't worry.
Thorn rubs his chin for a moment, thinks about all the items that, or all the possibilities that the party's pretty much already covered. Well, with everything that everybody else has seemed to ask for, the best thing that I could do is provide my services as they have been and make sure that they stay alive with whatever instances that we come across, which means I need to be more than I currently am. Few times, more often than not, I've seen certain belts throughout the world, one closer to home.
Oh.
Sure, you can think of the belt that I'm speaking of. You live on the land of the one of who owns it, or owns one of them.
I'm listening.
It's a belt of grand dexterity.
I see.
It'll help me be able to tank more for the party, as well as make me a little bit more than what I currently am. Since making one be able to shift permanently is not really a thing that anyone other than a god can accomplish.
I can look into it.
I appreciate it. I've heard that there
Well,
are many of them out. There aren't many of them out in the world, but there are some. So, but that would be the one thing that I could think of.
I'll look into it. And with that, Alar just does a quick scan, holds his hand up, points to the ring, and says, "Thank you for this again." And then he's gone. In a flash of lightning. Because he is nothing if not dramatic.
I like him.
That man knows how to make an exit.
And
I'm going to walk.
he knows how to have a big ass presence.
I'm gonna walk over to the proprietor.
Caro just kind of perks his head up and says, yes, he knows how to make an exit, but he also knows how to make people's lives miserable. He once turned an entire city block into a petting zoo.
Well, that sounds fun.
I don't know how far and wide you've traveled or had experiences for certain kinds of drink. Have you ever had mana berry wine?
Caro just looks at you and says, I, once, I didn't think it was a drink that could be made anymore.
Evidently that that bottle you got, can. 'Cause I remember it from home. It was the first thing I ever drank to get drunk. May I?
While he swaps out his glass and says, of course, thank you. Let me be clear on something.
Aye.
Yes, that bottle can make any drink ever known. But only if it is known by the user of the bottle.
Well then...
I do not know the drink that well, so unfortunately for me, I could never have it again.
Well, consider it a gift, and every time that I come in, ask me to pour you about a snifter.
I mean, you could.
And he
Appreciate that.
he
Now-
pours one out for you and hands it off, and then puts the bottle back down.
Alar takes a drink and just kind of savors it.
Hero.
Sets the glass back. Yeah, Caro, sorry. Sets
Okay.
the glass back down. I realized I said Alar as soon as I said glass. I was like, wait, no, wrong person.
Well.
He goes, now, you all have your items from me to pick. Please. As I said, anything on the first floor you can choose from.
Do you have
was
any
already-
armor that doesn't suck?
I was already
the back
browsing
wall.
before.
Good,
I
because
was
this
already browsing.
this smoke shit I'm wearing is just getting on my nerves at this point.
Like I said,
I had asked you a question in regards to that in DMs.
I had already checked some of your shelves before I met you.
so real quick, Jeb, not every armor or weapon can be found in Caro's, but he and oh, excuse me. He and
Bless you.
Eamon have somewhat of a deal. Last I remember, where some of the stuff he makes goes to Caro's, and Caro pays him like a small,
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
licensing fee or whatever you want to call it. So, I mean, if you don't want that to be the case, that's fine, cool, whatever.
that's-
He can. Yeah,
That's fine. I just couldn't remember what we had said because
right.
it's been a while.
Yeah. Caro doesn't carry weapons or armor above green level. Everything else, yes. But like blue and purple armor and all that, I let Eamon deal with. So,
Do you want some smoldering leather armor? It just sits there and smolders. That's the best thing it does.
It's dramatic.
Yeah, I don't need dramatic.
Brent, because I am on my phone and don't have my laptop because it's errands right now getting fixed, will you look up the price of the smoldering armor?
Yep. The
I mean,
smoldering
I've got you.
smoldering leather armor, the purchase price is 8 gold.
Caro looks at Tarek and says, if you're looking to sell it, I'll give you 5. 5 gold. Since it's used. And I'll obviously have to get it cleaned.
Oh, you won't have to do it that much. Give it here.
Cody,
Huh?
we were talking to you.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to Brenna.
Oh. Did you tell her she gets her puppy now?
Yes.
Tell her if she's not going to participate in the game to not distract you from the game.
Shut up, Jeff. You
Shit.
can tell my wife that.
I will.
Then I will tell your wife that you're being disrespectful to women.
Wah, wah.
It's not just to women. I'll say that to any of you fuckers.
Yes, you can say that to any of us, fucker, but she's particularly a woman, and your wife will not like that. Take that as you will. I know where you live.
She married me. She's been with me for 9 years. She knows I'll say that to any of you fuckers.
Well, yeah,
I've
but
known you
she's your
for
wife.
longer than that, so yes, I'm aware you will say that to anyone.
Moochie!
Anyways, Caro offers you 5 gold for the armor.
I mean, I don't really need.
He
the
said
gold.
it was because it was used and he'd have to clean it. And Tormy was like, "Oh, you won't have to do that here. Give it here."
I mean,
Because Tormy wants to use a special cantrip.
It's not a special cantrip. It's a regular cantrip.
I mean, he hands
I know what he wants to do.
he hands the armor over to Junker. He's like, I mean, I really need the gold. I was just gonna give it to you.
You never dealt with merchants, have you?
I have.
Figure everything else out. I already know I'm grabbing the wand that's over there.
I have 10,000 platinum. What do I need 5 gold for?
Billy walks over to the dumb bun, puts his hand over his mouth, and goes, "Shh." The grown-ups are talking.
For the next 5 minutes, I'm casting prestidigitation to clean the fucking.
I
armor.
literally just took a drink of my Hawaiian punch and almost spit it out because of that. Thank you.
He pulls the hand off his mouth, says, "You touch me there again, I'm going to lay you on your ass."
Philly walks across the room, casts Mage Hand, and puts it across his mouth.
Anyways.
Ormy, do you and I have the same freaking wand in mind?
War Mage?
Yep.
Yeah.
The wand of what?
War Mage +1.
What does that do?
While holding this wand, you gain a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls. In addition, you ignore half cover when making a spell attack.
Huh. Okay. Sure.
It aids in my cannon.
I thought
So, I don't know which one of you are going to do it. I don't really care who. But there is technically only one on display, so one of you are going to have to speak up.
Take it, Tormy.
Okay.
Yeah, one of you will have to speak up to Caro because there's only one on display.
Tormy can have it because I have a second item in mind.
Well, no, I mean, he has multiple. It's just he only has one out for display.
Different point.
okay.
We have a bunch we also have a bunch of money, and we have access to base components now. I can possibly make the other things that we're thinking about.
I don't think you can make the other thing I was thinking of.
The Devout?
No. I was actually going to look at the adamantium armor. Scale mail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't have proficiency in smithing, do you?
I do.
Okay.
I have like 15 tool proficiencies.
However,
you don't have
how
access
much
to
would the scale mail cost?
Someone's gonna have to look that up on the price guide because I can't access it from my phone without having to drop the item.
Adamantine scale mail, which is an uncommon armor.
The purchase price is 3,050 gold.
I'm gonna get both.
Is it a green item?
It is a green item.
I get a wand.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna buy the armor.
Okay. I mean,
And would you say it was how much?
3,050.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you like what's it called? Gleaming armor. This one never has to be cleaned.
Who?
How much do you want for it?
I don't know how much it's worth.
I need another price.
Gleaming armor. Armor of gleaming. What kind?
Half plate.
Half plate. The sell price to Caro would be 475.
Actually, before I do the scale mail purchase,
It's worth more than adamantium.
What?
475.
Oh, I
About to
heard
say.
44.75.
Like, that's what the Capsooner picked up as well. Was 44.75.
Yeah, no, it was 475.
475. Okay.
I'm gonna sell that back. I'm gonna get the adamantium scale mail.
So
And then,
take the 475 off the 3,000.
well, before I do that, how much would a blue item be if I were to purchase it?
He
If I
doesn't
got
have
the-
blue armor.
That's
Yeah.
not
Not on
armor.
the first floor.
It's
It's
not armor?
No.
Okay, what is
The
it?
Wand of the War Mage +2 is a blue item.
Okay, he would have that. However, you haven't gone up to the second floor to actually look. But I mean, it's a simple
you can-
RP matters, though.
Hey,
Yeah.
Judgy,
Yeah.
above the table, why are you wanting to purchase the adamantine scale mail when the adamantine half plate is also medium armor and is 1 AC higher?
I can do that.
Dex.
That's fine.
Dex.
How much does it weigh?
They're both medium.
Then I'll do the half plate adamantine.
The half plate is 40 pounds, the scale mail is 45 pounds.
Yeah, so that's probably better for me.
I thought the scale mail doesn't affect your Dex, however.
They're both medium.
Neither of them would affect her dex because they are
You
both
get-
medium armors.
You get half of your dex bonus to your AC wearing medium armor. It's heavy armor that doesn't apply to your dex.
Oh.
And she was going for adamant. I was thinking about mithril for a second there.
No, because Mithril's not green, I don't think.
Mithril is green.
The Mithril is green.
And
Oh.
all it does is give you, it doesn't impose disadvantage.
Yeah, it doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks.
It basically doesn't go clink, clink, clink when you walk.
Would be kind of useful for me. Still not doing it.
Yeah, no, we want you to go clink, clink, clink when you walk. That's how we know where you are. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure you basically be silent.
There's also the smoke trail, because he is wearing smoldering armor.
Hey, so
I'm gonna leave it at it. I'm gonna do the adamantium half plate. But would I be able to purchase the +2 wand? Because if that's the case,
like I said, all you would have to do is say, "Hey, I went upstairs, looked around, because I wanted to buy something."
Then I'm going to take the half plate as my green item, and I need the price of the blue wand.
It is 15,000 gold.
And it's fine. So I have it now. So, would I be able to purchase a wand that I had noticed earlier that is on your second floor?
Caro just kind of looks at her and says, "Well, what's the wand?"
You seem to have a warcaster's wand.
Several. They're actually one of my more popular items.
I'd like to purchase one. Since your father's lined our pockets a bit.
Very well. What level of enchantment are you wanting on it?
A second level.
Right this way. He takes you and leads you up to the second floor. And as you guys walk up the stairs, you can see the second floor and then the staircase leading up to the third floor. The rooms themselves are completely black, pitch black. But as soon as Cairo steps into the room, they immediately light up. And he leads you over to a case. And he unlocks it, slides the door open. I don't have people come up to this floor all that often, and my attendants aren't up here all that often as well, so magic-proof glass.
Of course.
Security purposes, obviously. He reaches in, and he pulls out this mahogany-colored wand. Nice and smooth. Ends at kind of a, what looks like a hip joint on the bottom end. He then walks behind the counter after locking it back up, pulls out a small vellum-lined box, sticks it in, puts a lid over the top of it, and he hands it to you and he says, "Here you are."
Appreciate it.
Of course. And we
Thanks.
can handle payment downstairs. And then you both go back downstairs.
Yep.
You make the payment, da-da-da-da. Is anybody else buying anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Philly did spot a set of crystal lenses that are on the first floor that he would like to buy.
And what are the crystal lenses?
They are the eyes of minute seeing.
No, I'm saying, what do they do?
These crystal lenses fit over the eyes. While wearing them, you can see much better than normal out to a range of 1 foot. You have advantage on intelligence investigation checks that rely on sight while searching an area or studying an object within that range.
So you got contact lenses.
Pretty much. All right. How much was that one?
$650.
Okay, so the purchase is made. Da 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 da.
Do you have the thing up, Jeb?
The price guide?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is the price on the Ring of Protection +2?
Ring of Protection +2, 25,000.
Okay. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what level are y'all?
4.
Oh, Jesus.
Possibly 3.
So for my green item from Caro, I'm gonna take Goggles of the Night.
Oh, I forgot to tell you what mine was, so I'll wait until Thanos is done.
Okay.
Which just increases his dark vision.
Right.
Because I've limited to what I can take otherwise. And then he Caro, do you happen to have a Ring of Protection with a sturdier enchantment than just the basic?
I believe I do. Give me one moment. And you see him walk back behind the desk. He pulls out a simple list. Like, it's literally just one sheet of paper. And you see him put his finger on it. And he literally starts scrolling through it like it's an iPad.
That's dope.
He's just moving words on paper. He's like, eh. And then you see him tap it, and it brings up his inventory that he's looking at, and He's like, yes, I actually happen to have 4 on hand.
I'd like to purchase one from you.
Okay. Very well. I will be back. For sake of brevity, is anybody else purchasing any blue items?
How much is a staff of healing?
Staff of healing 15,000.
I would like to purchase a staff of healing. Not for this level, but for next. So I'm still buying it.
Right.
Oh. Can I get a ring of protection +2?
If you want.
I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that too.
I was just thinking about that as well. Because Philly is very squishy.
So that would take him down to 1 on hand. So if anybody else wants the last one, speak up or forever hold your peace.
How
That's
much is that?
25,000.
25,000. Right now, I'm battling with attunement slot.
Yeah, I don't have the attunement slots for it.
Ring of protection +2 doesn't require
No,
attunement.
I know. I'm choosing items that don't require
Oh.
attunement because I'm battling with attunement slots.
Then
I was
I
just
will.
wanting to.
I'll take it then.
Yeah.
Cause I am fucking squishy as shit.
So all of you are buying one? Except Tarek and Anari?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So the rings of protection plus the staff. Anybody else? Cody?
Nah, I'm good.
Inari?
This is a lot of reading, and I'm stupid, so can
No,
I
you're
come
not.
back and get my item?
Sure. All right, so Caro looks at everybody, asks if anybody else needs anything. You all chime in with the things you would like, and he excuses himself. You see him wander upstairs, and he comes back holding the staff and the 4 rings, and he lays each of them out nicely, and you all exchange money. So,
Yep.
boom,
Yep.
you all have your stuff.
Because I did not say what I was taking for Caro's item, Philly is taking the Boots of Elven Kind.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Everybody have everything they need.
Yep.
Yep. And my last attunement slot is waiting to see if the belt becomes a reality.
Is anybody stocking up on potions or anything?
I mean, we could. I've still got 15 healing potions.
Same.
Are they regular healing potions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greater healing's green items. So you could purchase a couple of those if you wanted to.
Okay, how much does the guide say that the price is on those? And better yet, how much is the price on the salve?
The potion of greater healing is 175 gold apiece. And what salve are you referring to?
It's an
Restorative salve.
The restorative ointment?
Restorative ointment. Sorry.
Restorative ointment is a wondrous item.
It's a green wondrous item.
Yep. I just have to change tabs. Restorative ointment is $7.50.
I have a question straight for you. Do you also sell perhaps crafting kits like a small smithy alchemic set, the like? If you don't, that's perfectly fine. If I'm just looking to see.
Caro looks at you and he just goes, I can sell them. I just don't have any on hand.
How much was the grater?
How much was what?
The grater?
175?
$175 a piece.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take 2.
Yeah. I'll take 2 of them and 1 of the restorative ointments.
I'm an idiot. I don't need them. I have a tool that I can turn into literally any of
I was
the.
about to say, I was like,
yeah,
don't you
don't
have
you-
a multi-purpose tool?
Yes, and not only that, I have the ability to take any tool set that I have and turn it into another tool set.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's like right tool for the job.
Yeah, it's like level 2. I get this.
Why is there a potion of healing Greater Haven?
That is the
Heals.
greater healing potion.
It
No,
heals
right?
everyone. It heals everyone on the planet. 2 points.
There's a reason for that. That ties into one of the books that you guys found in my game. The Alchemist Guide that once translated essentially is going to allow whoever is going to do it to be able to craft those potions on their own.
This is great.
And so I created that because it has like the different crafting components involved in it.
Okay, so I'm not taking them, I'm taking just the regular ones.
I can think of one more thing, and it's going to be a party item. So, considering how you already see all of us getting ready to drink at the drop of a hat, do you perhaps have the amulet of the drunkard around here?
Lily has that.
Well, as soon as you started and said drink at the drop of the hat, I was like, he's going to ask for the hat.
Yep. Because if one of us has it, we all technically have it for, like, short rests.
Really?
It doesn't require attunement, so we can just pass it around and drink from our.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant like you all literally had it. If one person buys it, I was like, that seems a little OP.
Hey,
so
Jeb?
I've got that in the price guide, but when I'm searching for it on Philly's character sheet to see what the description of it is, I'm not finding it.
Amulet of the Drunkard is a wondrous item. It's green.
Yeah, it's not.
That's strange. If you already have it, then I don't need to ask for it.
I don't have it. I wanted to see what the item description said, what it read, and what to search for it.
This amulet smells of old ale-stained wood. While wearing it, you can regain 44 plus 4 hit points. When you drink a pint of beer, ale, mead, or wine, once the amulet has restored hit points, it can't do so again until the next dawn.
Never mind. Fair.
I don't know why I can't pull it up on Philly's sheet.
Anyways, so Caro looks at you and he says, I've got a few of them, yes.
Looks at literally all of us, and it's
Tyler,
worth.
Nobody's wanting to wrap up soon.
Yeah, no, you're good. As soon as we're done with all this, yeah, that's what we're doing.
I'll get it.
If we want this is a good investment considering we're all borderline alcoholics, and some of us are left the borderline a while ago.
I was gonna say, speak for yourself on the borderline part.
About this. Yeah, I mean, I drank the first thing in the morning every day since we left. When I was able to.
Do we know how much that is?
It's
And
1,000 gold.
I'll take it.
How many are there?
Taro has currently, as he's looking through his inventory, 3 in his current possession.
I'll buy your whole stock.
Oh,
Okay. Taro just kind of goes, all right.
And there we go.
Ding.
I
He just points at Inari and says, there. Back wall, section 3, third shelf.
And one last
Great.
item for myself, because it'll make things a hell of a lot easier. Do you have a bag of holding?
Yeah.
Rolls through his inventory. Again, one of our more popular items. I keep about 20 on hand at any given time.
I say we all get one.
say for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has a coat of holding, which. Yeah.
We have to keep in mind if any of you dive into my coat, you gotta drop that bag first, or we're all gonna fucking die.
I'm not buying a bag of
Well-
holding.
that we're gonna have to retcon that because I have a bag of holding.
Carol
They're
just
500. They're 500
wait,
gold apiece.
hold on.
Yep.
You have a bag of holding, Dutchie?
Yeah.
And you
We're
went.
in my
That should have killed you all immediately.
Yep.
We're going to ignore that.
This time.
retcon. She dropped it in front of the bag, or in
She
in
handed
front
it
of
to,
the.
she handed it to Thorin.
Yes,
Yeah,
I gave it to Thorin.
Yeah.
Because if you take a bag of holding into any extra dimensional space, they both explode.
Yep.
I am not buying a bag of holding.
But like, yeah, as soon as bags of holding are brought up, that's literally he's going to bring that up immediately, going like, 2 bags of holding, not a good idea, and this is just a better bag of holding.
Yeah, Philly's gonna also buy one along with Thorin just because you can never have too
Enough
many
storage
bags
space.
of holding.
Yeah, Anari will get one too.
My thought
It's
process
more-
is, Thorin right now is carrying around a pack with all his shit in it, and when he transforms, he's got to take off his coat and his hat, then drop the pack and stuff, and it's just a whole lot easier just to carry around a bag with all his shit in it.
Fair. So all he has to do when he shifts is take off his coat and hat,
Mm-hmm.
and then drop the bag of holding. Okay.
Yep.
So you all have now purchased bags of holding. Or, well,
Save Tarek.
those of you that wanted to.
I have
Perfect.
this image in my head now of everybody piling into my coat except for me, and everybody has handed me their bags of holding, and I'm just the bag man.
Yes. Yes.
And
The
I'm-
homeless
I'm
guy with
like-
like 6 Walmart bags on his arm.
And I'm like just standing in an alleyway going, "You wanna buy something?"
He just opens up his coat. You just see 5 faces staring up out of the coat. Hi.
Anari's
Do you-
gonna give an amulet to Tarek and to Junker.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good. I
Thank
needed
you.
it a lot. I drink too much.
Thank you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. One more thing I want to buy:
Okay.
boots of Elvenkind.
Okay.
How much are those?
I didn't actually look that one up because that's what I took from Caro. So 650.
I'm gonna get a pair of those.
Wait, what's this thing
And
called?
that
This amulet?
Boots of
Boots of
Elven.
Elven
Oh,
kind, because that's
The-
going to negate my stupid stealth issue.
The
Your
one
what?
that you advantage versus disadvantage.
Yep.
Correct.
Oh,
And
stealth
fish.
issue.
that's a
I
good
thought you said
idea.
stealth issue.
They don't require attunement. So
They do not.
That's a good idea.
That's why Philly took it, because I've already got all 3 attunement slots full.
I'm already
Yeah.
at 2. So
I'm at
So
two.
fish.
I was
The
gonna say-
amulet is the amulet of the drunkard.
I don't remember what class it is, or not class, subclass. But
finding things in here is so fucking hard.
there's a subclass of bard that actually takes you up to 6 attunement slots.
That's just artificer. Period. That's the main class.
Oh,
There's
never mind.
there's also a feat that adds. I think it's a feat. Is it a feat, babe, or is it an item that gives us?
It's a homebrew feat. It's not an official feat.
Yeah. Basically, that feat was created so that in our first campaign, since Tyler was ignoring the attunement of items, we could attune to the items that we were getting.
I can't find that amulet.
Are you
Just
spelling
put
it
in-
right?
Just go into the search bar and write the word drunk.
Doesn't-
It legitimately doesn't come up.
It doesn't come up on any of my character sheets either.
Came up for me.
I looked on
Same.
multiple.
Weird.
Mm.
And you said those boots were 650, Jeb?
650, yes.
Let me see.
That's helpful, actually. Okay, I'm done.
And tomorrow, Sarah Vine's going to church.
Am I allowed to take that feat?
Take what feat?
The blessing of attunement feats.
I mean, yeah.
This just got so much more stupid.
I just
I like
copied and
finding
pasted it
things.
from Inari's page. It just straight doesn't exist.
Really?
Yep. So,
Click on the link I just sent you, Cody.
make sure I open the correct Discord so I don't splash DMs all over this.
Oh, I sent you through Wikidot. That's not what I wanted. Hold on.
We'll just figure it out at some other point. And I will add it to my notes for the time being.
So
All right. And then we're split.
Yep.
Yep.
Net
Hi,
job.
buddy. Welcome back.
Thank you. I was talking and I realized that Tormy's screen had froze, and I'm like, oh shit.
One of several reasons why I've been doing cam.
All right. So, everybody's got everything they want, right?
Yep.
All money's been exchanged. We're good.
everything from here.
Yeah. So, Caro, after everything's been done, leads you all to the front door, and he looks at all of you, and he says, "You know, something to keep in mind for the future.
Aye.
If you all ever need a job, feel free to come see me.
If you
I
ever
have
come across another
very-
staff of pathos,
Say what?
make sure if you ever come across another staff of pathos, make sure to find me.
He
I'm
just
sure.
kind of chuckles.
I'm sure at this point, especially with everything else in your shop, you have a way of reaching out and talking to someone if should you have something in mind. You've seen all of us. We've all introduced ourselves. We'll be happy to help, as long as we're not
just
already on
kinda-
a mission.
He just kind of smiles at you, and you hear in your head, "Oh yes, I have ways of contacting you." And then vocally, he says, "You did such a great job with this. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Take the night, talk it over. I don't want an answer just yet. I'd like to retain you.
Oh.
I'll pay you 3,000 gold per quest. As I said, think it over. One of you can come let me know once you've come to your decision." As
Should
he
it not? As he ruffles his neck up, the mechanical pseudo dragon picker kind of just rolls down onto the front or the table, and should it not be one of us, I'll be sending him to make sure that you're known. Know our answer either way.
off. And with that, you all head back to the inn where you commence with your frivolity.
All of
That's
the
where we're
drinking.
calling the game.
First drink for everybody is Manaberry wine.
One question before anybody ducks out: is there any experience we need to add for the night?
Yes. All of you are adding 500 experience.
Yeah.
I see. I thought you were going to be taking us up to 5th level.
Yeah, that would have
I
been
guess
nice.
I guessed wrong.
That would have been
Actually,
nice.
wait, hold on. How far away from 5th level are you guys?
A little under 3,000.
I'm a little over 3,000.
Like 2 levels away.
Moto.
roughly 3 to 4,000 for most of us.
Yeah, except for
Yeah,
Inari.
Before adding the 500, I'm at 3,700 of 6,500.
You know
to
what?
Get to 5.
Yeah. Go ahead. Jump to 5th level.
Sweet.
Dang.
That
Moto
doesn't
just
work
got.
for me. How many points do I add?
That's right.
You
You're
go
already at
6th.
5th level, aren't you, Dutchie?
Yep.
She would just go to 6th.
Yeah, she goes to 6. She needs to stay
I'm
one ahead
not
of us.
jumping everyone 2 levels.
That only-
No, just her.
Of us.
Yeah, just her.
So
Like
we go to
everyone.
5th, she goes
Oh,
to
okay.
6th.
Yeah, she's
Yeah, I was
already.
gonna
Yeah.
say, Dutchie, yes, you go to 6.
That bonus.
Okay.
That bonus level we earned for you is working out pretty good now, huh?
Hey Jeb, how much experience are you adding to jump to 6 or to jump to 5?
I'm just going into manage experience and setting the level at level 5 so that it
Same.
starts at flat at level 5.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you guys jump your levels, you should automatically be starting at a flat, like 0 experience additional level.
Okay, yep, there we go. Yay, I get 2nd level spells.
Oh my god.
By
I
the way,
get an ability score improvement. Or a feat.
By the way, Tyler.
Yeah.
You missed the bomb that I dropped last night.
Oh lord.
He won't.
That
It'll go on
had-
YouTube.
It'll go on YouTube, but
Don't
that had-
spoil it for him.
No.
Just
Yes.
say it had everybody speechless.
He did.
No. Please spoil it for me.
No.
I am surprised.
No. Let him watch it naturally.
Go to campaign 2 in-game notes and read the scroll, the Eye of the Oracle. It's the most recent post that I made.
Okay.
Just read it real quick. I want to see this reaction. I don't want him to watch it on the video, Cody, and not get to see the reaction or hear it.
So let me turn this on. Way you can actually see said reaction.
All right. Well, before you read that, can we end out the video?
Yes.
It's already 4.5 hours long.
Yes.
Yes.
End the video.
Thank you all so much for watching. This is the Haven Master signing off. May the dice ever be in your favor, and don't forget to join our Discord to find out more. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hey.
Hey.